to. And I never want to, never will. And again, last year my pick was Indianapolis week 1 as a pick-em 1-point favorite against Miami. Remember, we didn't know about Indy at that point, what Daniel Jones was going to look like. And they went around and just destroyed the Dolphins in week 1. And at that point, I felt like I got a really good value on a team that I had high hopes for, and that played out well in week 1. Now, again, to Gil's point, are you trying to win or trying to survive? If I'm trying to win, I kind of like taking a little bit more risk, but it is very risky in week 1 because we don't know these teams. I think I'm looking for the Bengals in week 1 right now, subject to change here. But, Jensen, that might be the way I'd lean survivor-wise in week 1 at home against the very dangerous. Are you feeling dangerous, Baker Mayfield and company?
All right. If we want to get super risky, I think the Raiders would be where you're definitely going.
Goodness.
And that is sweat. Again, if all things are equal, we don't know. Yep. If you're going off quarterbacks, I get Kirk Cousins in that offense and a defense that you hope is improved. They did a lot through the draft. We'll see what happens there. With Clint Kubiak and company. And then, again, it's 2 new head coaches, right? Jeff Hafley's taken over in Miami. The Packer way has come to South Beach. And, new starting quarterback, at least, in Malik Willis. What does that offense look like? Again, if you are looking at needing to try and sneak a team or 2 through in the first 2 weeks, you're also looking at matchups here. That's why I think that Tennessee and that Jet game will be fascinating to see how many entries will be on that.
Yes.
Raiders-Dolphins is going to be interesting. You have the proverbial opening night too, Dave. Remember, at least in Circa, you'll have a lot of people that may just take the Seahawks, and if they lose, you buy back in, and you find another way through the weekend. It might end up being a strategy point there too, albeit, some people are going to want to save the Seahawks because they're going to play on Christmas Day. So a lot of strategy involved there. And then the whole road versus home, I don't know about you, but in week 1, week 2, for me personally, and I know people have different thoughts on it. I don't want to take a road team. I don't want to pick a divisional, matchup. Fortunately, they're few and far between here as far as the divisional matchups, at least in week 1. But I think that's an intriguing part about not only week 1, but the overreaction in week 2. How much stock do you take in what you see for that first week and want to roll that over into your handicap for week 2?
Oh, I was just feeling like that. I mean, I was putting the millions in my pocket after week 1 with that Indianapolis win. And then me and my boy John Chu, we get to early on the second month of the season here, turning the page of week 5. And boy, we love the Rams at home in a short week against a divisional opponent in San Francisco. And Mac Jones has got to play. That's where it all came to a screeching halt, Jensen, because that divisional foe and Mac Jones played like Joe Montana that night for the Niners, if we all remember, and Kyron Williams is fumbling at the 1. I mean, who needs to recount all the horrors of how you lost your survivor last year? But it sticks with you, and hopefully we can get off on the good foot this year here with week number 1 yet again. That's a deep dive and a deep look into week 1 here in the NFL slate. It is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Since 2011, the Sharp Plays has been beating the books, and 2025 was their best yet, with subscribers doubling their bankrolls. 15 straight years of winning, and it's all documented. Every pick, every result, posted publicly at sharpplays.com for anyone to verify. When the Sharp Plays moves, sportsbooks take notice. Advanced AI and insider intelligence finding edges before the numbers shift. Respected, watched, feared. Start winning with them at sharpplays.com. That's sharpplays.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life. And you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech. Plus, gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Zachary Cohen from the Hardwood Handicappers podcast, where we bring you NBA draft insights from people closest to the game, like former Suns GM Ryan McDonough.
The top 5 or 6 looks rock solid. It's a good year to be in that grouping.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him in the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
Are you tired of switching apps just to catch your favorite shows and live events? Say hello to the iMedia1 Network app, your one-stop destination for streaming and everything that matters. From national sports to exclusive local content, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast are now all in one place, anytime, anywhere. Download the free iMedia1 Network app on iOS and Android and unlock the future of sports audio in the palm of your hand. The iMedia1 Network, your sports app in the Valley.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
It's time to kick back and listen to the sports page with your host, Pat Lucia, right here on Western Reserve Radio. You can call the show at 330-707-4202 and tell everyone what's on your mind in the wonderful world of sports. Now, here's your host, Pat Lucia.
Saturday morning sports page, Pat Lucia, 330-707-4202. Get in and talk sports. We do it every Saturday morning here. Here is Western Reserve Radio. A lot to get to in the wonderful world of sports. Program note, we go to 11 o'clock today, so it's 9 to 11 today. We've got the NFL schedule to talk about. We'll get to that NFL draft grades. We've kind of been putting that off. There's been so much other stuff going on, especially in the NBA. And let's open up at least with the NBA as far as what happened last night. Last night, Cleveland Cavaliers failed to wrap up the series, Game 6. They failed to win at home, which basically means they play Game 7 on prime 8 o'clock Sunday. So the Cavaliers could have advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals, failed to do it. They lost last night 115-94. Evidently, there was a flu bug that went through the Cavalier locker room, and we'll say the Cavaliers it was a stomach bug from what I've read, and I'm not sure exactly how many players had it. Not sure why. If that was the reason why the Cavaliers lost, they were really never in this game. I watched it. They were down early in the game. They cut it to a 3-point deficit down at halftime, but ultimately came back in to start the second half and were down 10 right away. And after that, the Cavaliers were just swimming. They were swimming upstream, never in the game. Detroit sailed away 115-94. Cavaliers pretty much down 10 points, 12 points during the whole second half. You had the feeling watching the game that the Cavaliers were just never, ever, ever going to get back into this game, and they never did. It was just not a good game for the Cavs. What does it mean? It means that they play Game 7, Detroit. And again, that's a Sunday night game on Prime Video at 8 o'clock. The game after that, San Antonio, Minnesota. That was also a Game 6. Minnesota, the home team. Again, bad night for home teams, Dave Clark. Minnesota, this game wasn't even really close at all. Minnesota was just never in this game. They were down 30 points in the first half. They cut it to like 15 or 13 at half. And then San Antonio just came out, and Minnesota just could not defend San Antonio at all. The Spurs win this game 139-109, a 30-point win for the Spurs, which means they will go ahead and advance to the Western Conference Finals, which is what everybody's been waiting for. And they will take on OKC. That game will be 8:30 on Monday. That's NBC, so no Prime. I think this is the last Prime game is the Sunday game, the Cavalier game, and then they go to ESPN. And then I believe the Western Conference Finals will be NBC, Peacock, and ESPN has the Eastern, and I think they also have the finals.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think ESPN has the finals.
Yeah. So ESPN will have the finals. Hopefully they'll put those on ABC too.
Yeah, I think it'll be both.
ABC.
Yeah, it's all a part of the same network at home, so I'm sure it'll be on ABC and ESPN.
So the New York Knicks are sitting, waiting.
Long
time, waiting for either Detroit or Cleveland. And you're assuming, at least if you're gambling, man, Detroit is a 4.5-point favorite according to DraftKings. So,
yeah, I would think they should be the favorite at home.
Game 7,
yep,
Sunday night,
and they showed it when they came into that game. It was in their eyes, and Cleveland never was a challenge to them that night. They were ready to go. They were determined to win that game. Doesn't mean that's going to be the same thing on Sunday, but we'll get an opportunity to see. That's when it's all on the line. So guys got to come and play their best. You know, it was funny too because we were all over James Harden. Boy, right after we got done roasting him, he changed to a different guy. He the one that really, when you think about the 3 games in a row, he spearheaded most of that himself. Yes, Donovan had that big game in the second half, but they got off to a roll, and it was him.
Game 5.
Yeah, it was just him.
Yeah, Harden had 23 last night, led the Cavs in scoring. Cade Cunningham looked tired. He only had 21 points, but he did get a lot of help from his other teammates.
Oh, yeah. They were
finally.
He did look tired.
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
He just looked like, he's been carrying them realistically the whole year, but especially the playoffs. I think it just caught up with him.
Yeah, and it might just been tired. I mean,
Or-
Durham played great during the season, but Cavs put something on him in that game when Donovan came. They did.
Yeah, they did.
They did. I mean, they had them running ragged, and I think it just took a lot out. And he just might not have recovered as well as some of the others did. Durham played good, and that's what he's been doing the last. So I really want to see them all. You want to see the best of the best. I want to see that be at the top of their game tomorrow, and same thing with when Monday night come. But that's another team. Oklahoma been sitting around waiting, and now, we'll
Monday
see what
night,
happens.
8:30.
Yeah. See, if Minnesota figured out something they was doing, but at the end of the half, they could have got it down to single digits.
Yeah, they could have.
But they were rushing the shots, and I thought the reason I say rushing them, they were going to. Well, they was leaving them open. McDaniels and them, they couldn't hit. They were off. They weren't hitting. And they were shooting threes. I thought they should continue to go to the basket, see if you can get fouls, have somebody McDaniels could have stayed way outside, would force Wemby to at least be up at the top of the line. He had to come from a far away, and then you can always dish off somebody that can make a play. But they didn't do that.
No.
They didn't do that. They just kept shooting through, trying to get back in quick. Now, they could have chopped that down, I thought, to maybe 8.
Yeah,
because they had a momentum.
They had a run going.
Yeah, and they were floundering. I think they had got up to a 10-0 run, and then I think it was something like 14-2, and they were really back into it because they was down 27 points.
Yeah, they were down big in the first half, like you said, 27. I think at one point it was 30 in the first half. They were down.
But that right there, I thought was the deciding factor. I said they put all that energy, but taking the wrong kind of shots, couldn't get even got second shots, missed those. And I said, that's it. Can they come out in second? Maybe. They might have found something, but it was over. San Antonio just came out and really put it on them. And before I knew it was back up to like 28.
Yeah, what happened is, you break it down, they were losing 74-61 at half. They got it down to 13, 74-61. After they were down at 9 at half, then they were down 13 at at halftime. First quarter, they were down 9, 36-27. Then at least San Antonio started to look like they were blowing the game away. They were up by 30 in the second quarter, but then Minnesota did come back, especially at the end of that second quarter.
Going a 22 run?
Yeah, I believe they did.
Yeah,
and but what happened is in the third quarter, when you were waiting to see if Minnesota could then make it a game,
was nothing.
They couldn't defend. I mean, they gave up 36 points to the Spurs in the third quarter. They scored 23. Basically doing quick math, you knew then start of the fourth quarter it was a 26-point game. It was over.
Yeah.
And that's where Minnesota had, the old fork in the road. They had an option, either get in the game or get blown out. Or try to keep third or stay and maybe in the middle at 13. They could they went the other way.
Yeah.
They could not defend at all.
Well, everybody's saying that San Antonio is going to beat.
Yeah, everybody says they beat them in the regular season.
And I always say that is the regular season.
But that's it.
And we'll see if now the way OKC they've been off too. They got to get
they're not
back, but
right.
They were playing really good.
Yes,
and the way they were playing, it wasn't just Shea. I mean, he was playing his normal self. Even the games where he say, "Oh, I'm only going to get 20," then all the other guys stepped up, and that's what they got. They got a lot of shooters, so guys going to have to defend. Wemby can't just lay in the middle. He's got to go out and defend guys on the perimeter sometimes. So it's going to be a chore. I know they're going to put something through them, but I think that's going to be a very good series. It should be.
I think it should be.
I think both will.
I think they'll go 7 games.
Yep.
And I guess that's where, in the Western Conference Finals, that's what everybody's been waiting for. They've been waiting for the Spurs and OKC and the Thunder to play. I mean, it was kind of like, okay, the end of the novel, but you got to read 150 pages to get there. But we knew that's where we're going to be. Right where we are now is the Spurs and Thunder for the Western Conference Finals. Now in the East, obviously, the Knicks sit and wait. Now they got to wait longer. I think the Knicks will play Tuesday, if I read this right.
Let me see.
Because
they might, yeah.
Monday, Spurs take on the Thunder.
Right.
The Knicks will play either in Detroit or at home versus Cleveland on Tuesday night. So they're waiting finally, which means Detroit or Cleveland won't have much rest because they're going to go from playing on Sunday to play the following Tuesday.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that will obviously be to the Knicks' benefit. Now, obviously, the Knicks have had trouble with Detroit during the regular season. So, and Detroit, to me, just listen to sports talk radio, they're getting no respect.
Yeah.
And people keep throwing dirt on their grave, counting them out. And I have a feeling, being a Knicks fan, I have a bad feeling if the Knicks get Detroit. I think Detroit is not going to be, I don't know if they're favored to beat the Knicks. They should be.
Well, they probably will be.
They should be based on regular season because the Knicks could not defend. I mean, the Knicks could. They owned the Knicks. Detroit owned the Knicks in the regular season.
Only thing I want to see is how do they play against them now? Because the system they're using now is not what they did in the regular season.
And that's and Anunoby is going to be key because he's got to be able to come back off. He's had a lot of time to rest. Hopefully, he will be close to 100%.
Right.
When he will be, I guess, ready to play. Now, whether or not he'll be 100%, who knows?
Yeah, but who is probably, like they say in all sports.
They're all that way.
Yeah.
Now, this time of year, nobody's really 100%.
No, it's the wear and tear. So just monitor him, make sure he's healthy. And I just think that the way they do it, they just stay consistent of playing that way. It's a different series because bringing Towns up around the free throw line and allowing him to facilitate, either make his own move or facilitate. What their offense look like, they didn't say it, but it does remind me of the what was it they used to use the Bulls
Yeah.
with Jordan. I forgot the name of the offense, but Tex Winter.
triangle?
The triangle.
Yeah.
Because that's what he does. He gets it up top.
Right. And then
and then he looks guys off the picks, who's going to dive into the basket, who's in the corner, and then you just find them. And then if you see a lane, you take it yourself. And that's what they used to do with that. That diamond was hard to deal with. So it's like a version of it. I won't say it's it, but it's a version of it because that's what they do. And I didn't know, to be honest with you, I didn't know. He seemed like a decent passer, but I didn't know he was that good of a passer.
Yeah.
He's a very good passer. So
No, he is.
Yeah, I just didn't realize, but he is. He finds the guys and he get the ball to them.
Well, what helps the Knicks, and I could see it this year, they have a good bench. Their bench is really playing good.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting a lot of unbelievable play from Shamet. I mean, he's really playing. They're really getting a lot of guys off the bench that are just playing great.
Yep.
And
that's what they need.
They don't have to wear Brunson out at all. I mean, they can play him, but he's not logging those crazy minutes. And Hart's getting rest. I mean, and they're getting in. They're playing better. I mean, as much as I like Thibodeau, he just never used that bench, and I think that's one reason why his teams failed in the postseason is because, again, he plays them hard, but then with no bench, and he wouldn't play that bench.
Yeah.
And I always thought the bench was pretty good, but he just never played anybody.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see a couple of guys come in and they play pretty decent. You'll be thinking,
And they're out.
We got some talent, but right out. And then he'll stay to maybe 6 guys, 6 to 7. That's it. He would never go down that bench. And
Never.
So you wouldn't see, the Prince Secor and all of that we talked about. You wouldn't see those guys. Yeah, and you just didn't know who was the guy that can come into you. Hartenstein, that year that he was there, yes, he used him, but that's it. They didn't go down too far. Like I said, 7 guys, and that was probably it. And Mike Brown he said, hey, these guys is getting paid, so he's going to use them. And you got guys that can score. You get a guy like Clarkson, if he gets in and start hitting.
Really good.
Yep.
He's been playing really great bench minutes coming off for them. He's another reason why that they've actually looked good. He's contributed a lot for the Knicks coming off the bench.
Well, you just named 3 already with Shamet, and then Mitchell Robinson,
Miles McBride.
Yeah, see, that's 9 now.
We're
at 9.
They've got basically about 10 guys.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's another one. I just can't think who it is now.
Alvarado,
that's 10 right there.
Jose Alvarado.
See, he used 10 guys.
He's got 10 guys.
Well, he named the other 5. And Shamet wasn't always playing, so it must be somebody else on that bench that he used too. It's got to be one more. Because remember, Shamet was actually not seeing a lot of action at one time. He's a pro's pro, as they say. He's always ready to play.
But he's always ready to go.
Yeah, he's not like on the bench pouting and then
no.
When his number is called, he's ready to go.
Well, they picked Alvarado up in the middle season.
Yeah, from
New Orleans. And he's been a real, shot in the arm.
Yeah.
And then you've got Jordan Clarkson is old. I mean, I didn't realize he
should be 31.
He's 33.
33,
actually.
Okay. He'd be somewhere in there. I remember when he came to the Lakers.
Yeah, I remember him. I always thought he was a solid player.
Yeah.
And the Knicks have gotten a lot of great play out of him.
Yeah.
Along with, again, Alvarado off the bench. Shamet's hitting those 3-pointers, man. He's unconscious. And then,
I'm trying to think who else, the guy that we must be leaving out. Because Shamet was
Miles McBride.
We know that one. Yeah, we named 10.
That's the 10.
Who else is on their bench?
You've got,
that you might not have a name.
Alvarado plays.
Mm-hmm.
Clarkson plays. That's 2. Miles McBride is 3. I guess technically Mitchell Robinson is 4 and Shamet's 5.
Now, who's after that on that bench?
Nobody else that we know. Like, they've got other guys on the bench, but
because Shamit was not playing. I've been watching them all. He was not playing for a while in the playoffs. I'm talking about.
Right.
He wasn't playing early in the
they've
playoffs.
got.
I don't know who was playing for him, unless he was just playing 9. But
they've got now. That's the big guy.
55.
Yeah, Huck Porty, Ariel.
Yeah, he played when somebody was
when they get in foul trouble.
When somebody was hurt too, he had to play.
No, he comes in, gives them good minutes. But the other players that there's nobody there. I mean, that
all young guys.
All young guys, but they've got a solid team. The Knicks have done really great. Again, they've developed the bench play in the playoffs, where last year it seemed like Thibodeau didn't want to play these guys because he was like didn't feel confident that they could go out in a playoff game and play like good minutes.
And the only one that's new out of that listing, if I'm not mistaken, is Alvarado.
Yeah.
Clarkson was there last year.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was just Alvarado. The rest of them was all there.
And Barkley said that when they were talking about that time, and that's what I kept saying is, they were, well, the Knicks don't have a bench, and then Barkley goes, well, they don't play the bench. How do we know if they're any good?
Yeah.
In essence, so that's what I kept saying last year.
He mentioned back then about Mitchell Robinson, and he mentioned Shamit because he said everywhere he's been, he's just a pro's pro.
Right.
He used to start, but then he came off the bench for these other teams. He always was ready. But he wasn't. He was just over there just collecting dust with Thibodeau.
But now these guys are playing, but they play good.
Yeah,
it's not
and
like
I'm glad they play.
They don't lose
a lot.
A lot.
They find
Especially
other ways to score.
If Miles McBride continues to shoot like he's shooting, and you get and Shamit's hitting, and he's shooting good, but if these guys keep this up, they are going to be tough out.
Yeah, I know. And that ever since they went to where Towns is playing that middle to be a passing guy, boy, Bridges has been great since then.
Yeah,
it is like opening it up for him. He's looking like the guy that was at Phoenix.
Yeah,
that's why they went after him.
That's why they went after him.
Yeah.
So we talk a lot about scheme and that kind of thing, and it just seems with the scheme that Thibodeau was playing, really not using the bench.
You guys was wore out when the playoffs.
Wore these guys out. Now they look, and they're getting great minutes.
They looked spent last.
Last year they were and they were hurt, and Brunson got hurt,
and they played right through the paint.
Right, but then they're not 100%, and they're trying to play through it, and that's what happened last year with Indiana. Is they were just not, and they gave the game away. They got lucky, and you can't give playoff games away, but they never really recovered from the one Halliburton's miracle shot that basically sent the Knicks reeling, and then after that, they just never recovered from the
well, it'd be nice to
loss.
See. I would love to see them go to the championship. It'd be since '99.
Yeah,
I would love to see
where they lost to the Spurs.
Yeah, I would
and
love to see them.
Tim Duncan's rookie year.
Yep.
And that's basically what happened. They lost to the Tim Duncan team he was a rookie on that team, and they beat the Knicks in '99. That was a strike year.
Yeah.
And the Knicks were an 8 seed. They beat the Miami Heat in the first round. Then I believe they beat Atlanta in the second, and then they beat Indiana in the third, ultimately getting into the and Ewing was hurt and couldn't play in the finals, and I don't know if they would have won. Patrick Ewing was on the tail end of the career. He was injured, but it would have been interesting had been Ewing when relatively healthy. Maybe it could have been a good series against the Spurs, but they were just overmatched against the Spurs in 1999. They could end up playing, if they do beat either Detroit or Cleveland, depending on who they get. Now, if they get Cleveland, they get home court. Detroit obviously has home court. They're the 1 seed. So, and the thing that bothers me with Detroit is people keep not giving Detroit a lot of they're due to lose. They're lucky against Orlando. They should have lost to Cleveland. And it's like those teams that people keep saying, they can't win, they can't win. They keep winning.
Yeah.
And I don't know now if Detroit ends up with the Knicks, that'll be the Tuesday night game. So we're waiting on that, or it'll be in Cleveland on Tuesday if Cleveland can come back and win Game 7. in Detroit. I don't know. Obviously you're favoring Detroit, but if it's true that the Cavs had the stomach bug, is what I read going through the locker room, and that's
last night.
Last night, yeah.
Well, they looked flat.
They looked very flat. They had nothing. They were losing in the first half, cut it to 3 points at halftime, and then the second half rolled.
And you always see weird stuff happen when you're on the road.
Yep.
But this time you weren't on the road. You were at home.
Yeah.
And you're, you as they say, you love home cooking. Well, evidently, home cooking wasn't going too well because something happened. Those guys did not look, as a team. Now, it was certain players that were playing, at a level that it should, but the rest of them was like sluggish and not making an excuse for them. You got to be ready to play. So hopefully they get all this in gear and be ready tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Tomorrow's game. And
it's going to be a physical game because that's what Detroit wants. They want it to be physical.
And that's on Prime. A lot of people upset that these games are not on.
Prime gets on my nerves. I watched it, though.
Yeah,
But I don't I mean, I'll watch it. It's just better on NBC.
Oh, it is.
And ESPN. And ABC is just better.
Yeah, it's just they do.
I don't know why it just is.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't figure it out. It's just better.
I mean,
something about it's not the game. It's I can't even say it's the announcer. It's like the production.
It's the production.
Things be happening. Sound goes out.
Sound, or
they're behind.
They had a problem with the sound not syncing up with the action. That was in the beginning.
Yeah,
all those games in the beginning were horrendous to watch. They were annoying.
I was driven down court.
Because,
yay, good
right.
shot.
And
it was terrible.
One game they were 3 seconds behind, and you could hear the crowd cheer before the guy made the basket.
Yeah.
And then the announcers, everything was just not in sync. The sound and the action were off. And then even when they were talking, the announcers, you could see the voice wasn't up and loud with how they were, the mouth.
Yeah.
And the voice were off. So they're talking. It's so totally annoying to watch.
Yeah. When they were talking, I seen that. I would not look at it.
No.
I would just listen.
The best thing you could either do is just mute the set and forget it and just watch it. I mean, you're almost tempted to do that and just mute it. That way you don't hear the guys talking. You can watch what you see.
Do you remember something? When you said that, this made me think of something. This is kind of off, but not really. But when you said just mute it, do you remember the year, it was a long time ago, football, they had a weekend where it was no announcers?
Yeah,
you remember that?
I do remember it well.
You just watched the game.
Watch the game. They tried it.
It was no announcers.
Yep.
I still remember that.
I do. I remember that.
And it was hard to get into it.
It was.
Now, see, I could do it. I'm at the stadium. That's different.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting at home trying to watch it on TV with no...
That was different.
Yeah.
Saturday morning sports page. Back after this. We go to 11 today. So, shorter day. Western Reserve Radio back after this.
Looking for future leaders we can believe in? Look no further than the high school student athletes right here in Ohio. High school sports teach young people how to be effective leaders. It includes learning to listen, accepting responsibility, being a good role model, and it's about respect. The result, it transcends sports. It gives us hope for the future. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Are you ready to hit the gridiron and make your mark? The Cleveland Cobras are recruiting players and coaches for the upcoming Premier Amateur Football League season. We're looking for passion, grit, and the relentless drive to win. Whether you're a seasoned vet or hungry rookie, your shot starts now. Join a brotherhood, build a legacy, strike with the Cobras. Follow us on Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football, or for league information, visit PAFLfootball.com to get started today. Team Pride Cobras.
The game is over, but this time, instead of asking how many goals did you score or what were your stats, try asking these questions. Were you a good teammate? Were you coachable? Did you give 100%? And did you have fun? Because those are the values that school sports instill in Ohio's young people, where winning and losing are secondary to the life lessons that will stay with kids long after their playing days are over. This is the Ohio High School Athletic Association. Educate through sports.
Saturday morning sports page. Pat Lucia, Dave Clark, back. We're going to get to the NFL. We've got the schedule now to talk about and all that's going on. A lot of issues, people complaining already.
Yeah, well, every year. And then some of
They're
it do be
complaining
weird,
about
but
there's too many good games on prime time. There's a game on Christmas Eve. There's 3 games on Christmas. There's a game on Thanksgiving Eve.
Yeah, that's different. That's
the night before Thanksgiving, there's a game on. There's 3 games on, and there's a game on
day after
Black
Thanksgiving.
Friday. Then you've got all the games, but they're saying that takes away from the games on Sunday. There's no games left because you throw them, and then they complain about the games that are on aren't going to be any good.
It's on Sunday.
Yeah, the Sunday games are the one. They're all worried in the NFL. They're all complaining about the 1 o'clock window is hurt because you've got all these games, as they keep saying, too many mouths to feed. So you're taking away from the 1 o'clock window and even to some extent the 4 o'clock window because you're putting a lot of these games on. And then people are just like outraged that they have a game on like Christmas Eve. That's like people are offended by that. They're just
really. Yeah, I'm so mad.
Oh,
I'm upset. Turn it on. Hurry up. Get out my way.
So,
come on, they know they're gonna happen. On just stop it.
Dave Clark, it just tears at the fabric of America that people are gonna have to watch. This is what I love. They all complain about this, and they're all gonna watch it. And they're all complaining, you don't need your YouTube TV because the 1 o'clock window stinks. Who's going to watch the Raiders and the Titans play? Yeah. I will, because I want to see Mendoza anyway. I mean, what always cracks me up, some guy called the show Mad Dog Russo's show, and because Mad Dog's going on and on and on about, too many mouths to feed, the 1 o'clock windows, One guy called in and said, he laughs. The guy just called in and goes, man, we're all watching it. You complain that all these games aren't any good, but people are all watching it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like you could sit there, and the NFL knows that.
They're gonna still watch. It's the NFL.
Because it's the NFL.
They're gonna still watch.
And I'm watching it.
Yeah.
I mean,
they go off of whatever happened with these teams from last year. You don't know what those teams are going to be this year.
That's the other thing nobody knows.
That's right.
There's 2 things you don't know. You don't know but we'll get to draft grades. They're worthless. Nobody knows how good nobody knows this.
No.
We all this team did this. We don't know anything. We think we do. We don't know. The draft grades are worthless because you're not going to 3 years.
Yeah.
You got to give it at least 3 years. I always think 3 years.
Whatever way I think they do the draft grade, and it's the only fair way to do it, if you got a team and your need is offensive lineman, defensive lineman, and defensive back, we're just going to say that first, and you get the top offensive lineman, maybe the second best defensive lineman, and maybe the top defensive back. Well, I'm going to give you an A. Because I'm looking at these guys were great in college. They're the number 1 rated guys.
Yeah.
So I got to give you a great grade on that.
To.
But their game from college might not translate to the NFL, and they get there and be a bust.
Well,
I hate to say that,
right.
but that's what might happen. Now you would be great in that 3 years down the road. an F.
Right.
You know,
exactly.
all of a sudden. So,
Right.
you know, they just say, here's their grade according to who they got per position. But not like, oh, it's A. But that's where they act like it's an A. It's too early. It's just like the predicting things. It's too early, way too early to say.
Too early. The same thing in the NFL. Like these teams. Everyone's saying, oh, you know, you're going to have those terrible teams on at 1 o'clock. You don't know if those teams are going to be any good or bad.
That's right. You just don't know.
And the same thing, you think you're getting all the great teams on prime time. Kansas City, they really did not play well last year. They were on prime time. We had to watch them, and then Mahomes gets hurt at the end of the season. Now you're watching Gardner Minshew play.
Yeah. And the thing that was bad for the Chiefs.
We don't know.
The Chiefs had a flipped year last year. Last year they lost 1-score games. They went 1-9.
Right.
The year before, if you remember, Kansas City, they went something like 8-2 on 1-score games. So they're beating everybody.
Exactly.
And that's the thing. And then you had the injury.
Right.
So that was the only thing that was different.
No, that's it. And that's the thing we always talk about with the NFL. And that's why the NFL is really, in our eyes, the best sport, is because the error is not much.
Right.
Your room for, screwing up is very thin.
Mm-hmm.
And these teams, like, look at the Giants. The Giants, last year's team, had 5 games they were leading before beginning of the fourth quarter and lost.
Against some of the top playoff
Denver,
teams this year.
Yeah.
Oh, they had them blown.
Right. They were playing mano-a-mano with the best teams in the league, and they would lose in the fourth quarter.
Right.
But they were in those games. I mean, if they win the 5 games that they were leading, they're probably in the playoffs.
Right. Yep.
But that's the point, is that's how the room for error is very small.
Yeah. I mean,
in
that's
the
what
NFL.
It's real small. And that's why
it's thin.
That's why you got to look at them. You try to analyze it. And if you're a Giants fan, and if I'm looking at it, I rate them to absolutely have an opportunity to win the NFCs because they played well enough. Now, here I go with the early grades of the draft. But according to the draft, the guys they got for the positions they got them for are top notch. Now, if they translate and play as they did in college or close to it, they're going to improve their team even more. And I think those games they lost by 1 score might be wins this year. The same thing stands for New England. I think New England, who had the easiest schedule, I think they might flip. They might not even make the playoffs.
No, they may not.
Because when I think about it, when they played Denver, I think if there's a healthy Bo Nix, I think Denver beats New England. I think Denver's in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Denver would have won. The reality is, if Bo Nix was healthy
they would beat
in the game in Denver, come on, let's call it for what it is. Denver wins the game. They don't lose to New England.
No.
The snowstorm came in. That really helped New England a lot.
Yep.
On top of it. But if Denver had a healthy Bo Nix, they win. They're in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And now, obviously, some people are not happy with the fact that the opening game is the Wednesday night game, and that's going to be the Super Bowl matchup.
Yeah.
And people are upset because some people believe that was a crappy game in the Super Bowl. Why are you opening up with a potential crappy game when we knew it was a bad game after the Super Bowl? Why would we want to see this matchup again? Don't open up. Play that somewhere in the regular season, but don't open up the game.
They always know it's a tradition, so kind of. And I mean, and then they got a star quarterback, so you got to say, hey, they may have an opportunity, but I don't know. Seattle seems to reload it again with free agents.
Well, they got the running back.
Yeah, that was a great pick.
The guy from the other.
I mean, if he turns out to be the guy we think he is, that's a great pick. He's got to be that guy. But and they have Charbonneau coming back. He may not be there at the beginning, but they got enough depth that they should be ready to go. Now, we got to see with New England, but New England's adding more pieces. They already got Romeo Dobbs, which is great. They probably had A.J. Brown in June. So
he's going to end up,
so that offense could be cooking.
That's the word.
Their running backs is on point. They got good running backs. They can run the football. So that's always a chance, But how good are they to be playing top-notch teams week after week? They didn't have to do that last year, New England. And they did put together a nice team in nucleus, but it's going to be a different challenge this year because they do have, according to how those teams were last year. Like we said, we don't know. They could flip and not be as good, and New England can have another run and be right in the playoffs again. So it's always good. It's always exciting. It gives everybody an opportunity. That's why I say the Giants, the Browns, they got the easiest schedule in the NFL. The Browns,
the Browns do. Yeah, Jadarian Price is who Seattle went and replaced Walker. So they got the second best running back in the draft in Price. So they're ready to go, and he'll start week 1. And they won't miss a beat. Seattle could be, another potential repeat, but
they could.
You can't rule it out. But as we always know,
I'll say this, and it's hard for me to say it, because I was there. That was their main supporter for a lot of years, over 20-something years. Those Dallas Cowboys, if they got any semblance of a defense, they're going to be a problem. Because that offense
if
has been
Dallas
cooking for
gets
years.
they had a great draft. And
that defense is anything, new defensive coordinator, all that. If they got a defense.
Because he had the offense.
Oh, they got the offense. No question about that. They got the offense. It's the defense. And if that defense is playing, that division is going to be
That's going to be a tough
division
because you got the Giants. You got to figure Philly will be back. Dallas, and then obviously
and
Washington
wants to rebound too.
Right,
so.
and they'll rebound. So that could ultimately be...
That could be a great division like it once has been for many years. So I'm looking forward to being that again.
Right, and again, we really don't know. Nobody really... That's the best part with the schedule. People get upset because they go, we're going to get lousy games. Well, we don't know if they're going to be bad
games.
It's so
funny. They'll be talking about the New England. We start off with that. It'll be a great game.
Right.
And then another game that's that weekend. I can't wait for this one. And
it won't be as good.
We done seen that.
Blowout.
Yeah. Yeah. Those things have happened. So they just need to be quiet and watch the NFL. That's all I do. Just watch.
And they will.
Yep,
because
that's right.
the ratings are going to be there. The NFL knows it.
They know it, man.
Nobody's,
I've never seen it.
And I know there's some criticism because they're playing those games abroad.
Yes, a lot of them too this year.
And a lot this year, which means you're going to have a lot of games early in the morning.
Yeah.
Now, the only problem you have kind of with that is it makes for a long day because if you really break it down, if you do get up
and
watch that morning game, and then you go to the 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and the night game, you're watching football for over 15 hours.
Yeah.
From 9:30 to 12:30.
Exhausted.
You're exhausted because you've watched football for basically close to 15 hours.
And you know what's so funny?
But people do it anyway.
Yeah.
That's the best part.
Yeah.
Now the only thing that makes it tough is you live out in LA.
That's rough.
That's rough because you got to get up at 6:30.
Oh, that was back in the day.
Right. Now, I remember back in the day, I remember going out there when I was working and had to spend a couple weeks out there at a time.
10
and I
o'clock,
remember
first game.
Being out there in football season, it was so weird because you're getting up and it's 10 o'clock and the game's on.
Yep.
It's like, wait a minute.
That's the 1 o'clock
I
window.
just, 1 o'clock. I just got out, got the shower, got ready to go, going down to get breakfast at the hotel. It's like, the game's on. I got to hurry up, or bring breakfast back to the room because I want to watch the 10 o'clock game, which is really the 1 o'clock game.
The thing I used to love about that, though, when I was in school in California was when I did have that, I watched those games, loved it, football. Then I had time to go outside if I wanted to. We go down, if it's to the beach, or just go out and play basketball. Yeah, you go and just do whatever. And that used to be, because at that time, there was no Sunday night football.
No.
It was just, that 7 o'clock Eastern time was 4
o'clock.
Out there.
So you're done at 4 o'clock out there. You go from 10 to 4 were your core hours to watch football out in West Coast. So you'd watch, like you said.
Yeah, so I go out, I got about 4.5 hours of daylight.
Right. You could go
do all kind of stuff.
Do all kinds of
Yeah,
stuff. And
that stuff I
you
did
had
like.
your football
Yep.
was, the football fix was in.
Yeah, I used to love it like that. I did. I really did. It was at first it was an adjustment of trying to get up.
Yeah.
I be wanting to see the game. I was like, oh man, I'm tired. And but after I got used to it, I was up.
You're up.
I was up watching it.
Yeah. That's the best part.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's like I said, you break it down and we'll get to some of these games, but I think it's going to be a great year for football. And, I'm kind of really looking forward to watching that Seattle and the New England game.
Yeah, that gets it started.
That's going to get it going.
That's a Wednesday, well,
Wednesday night.
because they're in
Australia. See, that's the thing where.
And they're playing in the morning.
Right.
It's
actually, it's on, I believe, get this straight here.
I don't know why I thought it was 10 o'clock in the morning or something like that.
Yeah. The Patriots, that's 8:20. That's the September 9th game. 8:20. And that's going to be Patriots at the Seahawks. The Seahawks.
Okay.
What we'll do is, let's look around here. The holiday games. Yeah, let's look at the holiday games real quick. They got the Thanksgiving Eve game. Will be a really good game. Green Bay at the Rams. That's Thanksgiving Eve. So that's November 25th, Wednesday game.
Right.
So people seem to be offended by that. Why would you have a game on? You're supposed to be getting ready for Thanksgiving.
Ain't gonna stop nobody from getting ready.
Okay, what am I missing here?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to watch a football game Wednesday night before Thanksgiving.
If that just don't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
I think
it's
about
too
my
bad
wife.
this wasn't on back when Seinfeld was on, because Jerry went to Tim Watley's Wednesday before Thanksgiving party and they had no football on. That's when George found out that the LeBaron he bought wasn't John Voight. It was the periodontist John Voight, not the actor John Voight's car. But anyway, I digress. But that's the Thanksgiving Eve game, and that's going to be a great game. And then the day, I think these are pretty good games Thanksgiving Day. You got the Bears at Detroit, 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Eagles at the Cowboys at 4:30, which is Fox. That's the CBS. And then the night game on Thanksgiving night is Kansas City at Buffalo on NBC.
Yeah.
That's the night game.
Yeah.
Then the Black Friday game, and that's on Prime. That's going to be at 3 o'clock. That's Denver at Pittsburgh. And then now Christmas week, where people are just so, upset about this. Because why can you have a game on Christmas Eve? It's going to be a good game, though. It's good. The Texans are at Philadelphia. That's a Thursday night, and that's going to be prime video game.
Man, I know that's going to be a good one. It should be.
That's going to be a great game. And then the Christmas Day games are Green Bay at Chicago at 1 o'clock Netflix. You got two of these are Netflix. Buffalo at Denver is 4:30. That's Netflix. But then the night game on Christmas night is the Rams at Seattle at 8:15 on Fox. Then they actually have a game on New Year's Eve now, because the college football's not playing on New Year's Eve. Their playoff is the 30th.
Okay.
But the New Year's Eve game will be the Ravens at the Bengals, 8:15, a prime game.
Another team that I should have mentioned also, the Cincinnati Bengals.
Right.
If they get everything right with that defense, that's
again,
a problem. Again.
Could they be?
And same thing with Baltimore.
Right.
If you got a healthy
coach.
Lamar, new coach,
yep,
and they do the little, that's both of those teams. That their division changes too. That is, it's going to be something.
Yeah.
It's going to be something. That's why you get revved up for it.
Me too.
Yeah. I want everybody to stay
healthy. And what's great is all these games are on primetime, and they got the best games on primetime. And now the problem is when you look, and I could look at the the schedules, the Saturday game, the Sunday games supposedly aren't that good for those days. I'm going to pull it up here in a bit.
I'd
See
like to see
the
that.
crappy games that we're all going to watch anyway on Sunday.
Yeah.
Because we're going to watch them anyway.
And this is the week of what? Both Thanksgiving and Christmas? Or?
Yeah, Thanksgiving and Christmas. That's where the outrage is, Dave Clark. Just pure outrage.
So,
how
let's see
could
the
how
Sunday
could we do
schedule.
this, Dave? How could you put these games on Christmas and Thanksgiving? Why? How can you do that? It's like, okay, but it hurts the NBA because Christmas is their day, and I'm sad the NBA on Christmas doesn't mean anything because everybody's watching football. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they was getting ready to do an uproar, and then they thought about it. It's not going to make any difference. You're not going to. You're just done. You just deal with it. Christmas was for many years NBA basketball.
Yeah, for the record, the Wednesday game, New England at Seattle, is at Seattle, Washington. It's the Thursday game. That's the Melbourne, Australia game.
That's the Rams.
That's the Rams. San Francisco versus the Rams. I guess it's technically a home game for the Rams, but they're playing that in Melbourne Cricket Ground. That's the name of the stadium in Melbourne.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the 8:30 game on Netflix.
Okay.
And that's the other people are getting upset because you've got Prime and Netflix involved, and they're paying, But, here's what I basically think is, I know people are upset with the streaming services, but when I was thinking what I was paying for cable,
Yeah.
and as much as cable kept going up, and now if you just go streaming, I think if you take all your streaming services and add it up, I think it's actually cheaper than cable.
Yeah.
I mean, you take YouTube TV, and then you pay for Netflix, you pay for Prime. And I love Prime because I order stuff off Amazon and get it the next day. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
So, and then you got other good stuff on Prime. And I got NBA on Prime. I know people get upset with it, but the point is, I don't know if it's more. I don't think it's necessarily really more money, because if you were just getting cable, but cable kept going up,
Right.
And I mean,
I don't know if it's more
$200,
money either.
$300. I don't really think it is. I think it's almost about the same, or it might be a little cheaper. Because you're just paying for each.
Yeah, and then people signed up for Amazon so much before Prime was even involved.
Yeah.
That was like a gift, because when they did it, they gave the people that were members the Prime, thing. So they already had it.
Right.
They might have had to add a couple dollars or something to it, but it wasn't nothing big.
Right.
How can you not? I mean, just get it.
Yeah.
Now, that's what I did at first until I got that system I got now.
Yeah.
So I watched
I
it. but-
accidentally signed up for Prime and I didn't know I did. I wanted to get a book, and I clicked on this book to get it the next day, and I accidentally hit Prime. I didn't know what I was.
And that's how you actually got
That's
it?
how I got it. And then it's like, oh, okay. Then I got the book I wanted the next day. No, this is great. Then I realized I had signed up for it. Then I was like, well, let me try it. I'll leave it go. And I was like, okay. Then I was like, oh, okay, now I can order stuff off Amazon and get it the next day. All right, well, I think I'll keep it.
Mhm.
Like $16. All right. Then I realized, and I kept it. And then it's like, oh, now there's football and there's all this other stuff on it. I go,
Yeah.
boy, this is really great.
They got some good TV shows.
Oh, they
on it,
got
too.
great TV shows. I mean, they got unbelievable. I think they got, they got great TV shows just on Prime alone. You can go in
and watch it.
and
Yep.
watch.
Yep, they got their own series.
They
and different
had,
things.
I watched all of it, but the Harry Bosch, he was the detective, the LAPD detective that Michael Connolly, the author, wrote about. I read all those books.
Okay.
And now that he had a series on Prime. And I go, man, this is like really a good series.
Yeah.
But the whole point of it is, it's like, there's like so much to it. And
lot
then
of
people
stuff.
complain about it, but it's like, but it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I mean, I mean, and Netflix, we've had it for years.
Yeah.
And
I had all those too. And I did cancel from paying because it's on that thing I have. But before, and I mean, it's $5.
Right.
Well, it went up like $7 or something. I don't care.
But I think what we pay at YouTube and Amazon and Netflix, and now we have Peacock.
Mm-hmm.
And we added it up. It's like this, almost the same as cable.
Yeah.
Like almost. It's like the same amount of. It's not like, oh my gosh, it's so much more. I think it's actually might be a little cheaper.
Yeah. Yeah, it may be.
Because cable kept going up.
Yeah.
And you start paying 200 and, I don't know, we're paying like, I thought about this through, and we were paying like $224 with cable, but that was with the internet. So take like $78, $80 out. We were paying, this is a while ago, we were paying like $160 or $140 for it, but then that kept going up. And now with the price of YouTube and these other streaming services, it's about the same money.
Yeah. And then with what you get in those services, so many things on those
Yeah.
services. So you can't get bored.
Right.
My brother once said, even if you just had Roku itself, now, if you're not a big sports fan, even though you get some sports
No,
on
you
there,
do get
you get
stuff
sports.
on Roku. They
Yeah.
have games. They
You
have
can just watch that and you still
he's
should
right.
be satisfied.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, he's right.
Yeah.
Because Roku itself, you get a Roku stick, and there's a lot of stuff on Roku.
Yeah, that I didn't know before.
I didn't know
So
either because I
recently-
got a Roku stick, and it was like, wow,
Yeah.
there's like a lot of stuff on this.
Yep.
Old TV shows, and then there are some sports.
And then they'll show a game that you might have played that day.
Yeah.
NFL game, but it'll show later, maybe about 4 hours later.
Yeah.
From when
So
they
you could
completed it.
actually,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
could watch it.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So, I mean, I know there's a lot of people upset with the streaming services, and they're.
Yeah, it's done took over. It's
But it's
what it is now.
We got to get with the times.
Yeah.
It's what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, Prime, Netflix. I mean, there's so much other stuff on those channels to
You
watch.
think the NFL is not going to get a piece of that because they offering all this money,
Right. Oh,
And-
yeah.
And
Right.
you think they're not going to take that?
No. The same
And-
thing with the NBA.
Yeah, they're going to get a piece
People
of that.
are
pie.
upset because, these games are on Prime, but the NBA, I mean, that's how they basically are getting buku money.
And their ratings did go up this year.
Yeah.
The NBA's ratings went
They
up.
went up.
From the years before. So
So
hey,
people are, I think people are adjusting.
Follow the model. You see somebody
And a lot
else?
of people have Prime now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of people with that now.
And there's a lot of advantage to it. And then you get, like I said, not even get into shopping, but I mean, now, if you're on Amazon and you want to order stuff, then they have buy again. Once you buy something, it's right on. You have to go just back in and click on, and boom.
Mm-hmm.
It's so easy.
Yeah.
And if you can't find it at the store, you can find it on Amazon and have it delivered.
Yep.
And if you've got Prime, you usually get it within the next day anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, that's usually what it is, one-day service. So it's great.
So it's good stuff. So again, you got to get with the times. I don't know, but good football. We'll get more into talk about NBA. What will the Lakers do? Also, we'll get into we'll talk some draft, and then a lot to get to. 11 o'clock today, Saturday morning sports page. Back after this on Western Reserve Radio.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WRDB, The Scourge.
Nina's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532. Are you ready to join the legacy? This is your chance to become part of something special with the Youngstown Patricians. Honoring the proud football tradition of the Valley, we're on the lookout for talented post-high school athletes who want to make their mark on the field. Whether you're a seasoned high school athlete, college, or former professional player, develop your skills and become part of a team that values hard work, dedication, and community spirit. Don't wait. Begin your path to the gridiron by visiting youngstownpat.com or contacting us on Facebook at the Youngstown Patricians. Be bold, be legendary, join the Youngstown Patricians today.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Village Tavern's been a beloved local landmark in Hubbard, Ohio for nearly a century, and now it's better than ever. Recently renovated and still serving up the same warm hospitality, the Village Tavern is your go-to spot for great food, cold drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. Whether you're stopping in for dinner, catching up with friends, or just looking to relax, you'll enjoy a full menu of American favorites, rotating drink specials, and friendly service that makes every visit memorable. Be sure to visit the Village Tavern at 746 North Main Street in Hubbard, right next to Repair That Glass. To learn more, go to villagetavern3.com.
Dave Clark, Pat Lucia back. Hour number 2. We go to 11 today. We were talking about this off air, but talking about Gamblers Anonymous, how people that have a gambling addiction go because they got to, get over that. Mm-hmm. But somebody brought this up, said, well, but if they're good at gambling and make a lot of money, they could be addicted to gambling, but they're not going to Gamblers Anonymous because they're good at it and they're making a lot of money.
Right.
So they can be addicted, but they're good at it.
Yeah.
So they're not not going to go to Gamblers Anonymous because they're making a lot of money and they know, and there are people out there that watch it, analyze it, and make a money, or professionals and know how to gamble right and make a lot of money. Now, could they be technically addicted to gambling? Well, if they're doing it for a living,
yeah, they're addicted.
They're probably addicted to it.
But if it's going good,
it's the
greatest addiction in the world,
right? Because it's paying you a lot of money,
right?
And you know what you're doing, and you know what to bet on, what not to, when to, right? You know the odds. You analyze it, you study it. Uh-huh. You're a professional, and you're good at what you do. You might be addicted to it, but you don't have to go to Gamblers Anonymous because you're making a lot of money at it.
So it is for the guys that's losing.
It's for the guys that don't know how to gamble that are addicted to it.
Losing their house,
and they're losing cars, houses, lives,
everything. It's life ruined.
Right, ruining lives, ruining relationships, everything down the tubes.
And the spouse is upset, but I tell you what, the spouse is loving it. If they're winning, they're taking care of home, they're buying them a new this, that, and everything else. And when I say spouse, I'm not talking about just women. That could be either or.
Both ways.
Both ways. Nobody's going to complain about it. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
But it's basically true, though. When you look at the odds, it is. And see, I'm talking about odds. I'm gambling now. Right. But it is. The odds do lean towards, it's got to be the person that has the problems, the one that's losing.
And that's what they prey on.
And they cause
sadly.
The guys that's winning, they're not going to say anything.
No.
Now, a lot of guys, I know our cousins out in Vegas where they live, they said guys get banned from the casino service.
Because they're good.
That they be winning, so they don't even let them come in. They be for a year or two. They're not even allowed in there. Yep, they won't even let them come back into certain spots because they just win all the time.
Because they
don't like that. You beating the house.
You beat the house on a regular basis, and they don't want you in there.
Yeah, that's right.
Because they know guys played blackjack, and there are people that can win blackjack and a lot of money
Yeah.
Because the cards, they read the cards, they know the game, and they play it so much, but they're actually really good at it. And they win a lot, and the house won't let them back in because when they go in there, they make a lot of money because they know really how to do it. I mean, they know there is now the problem is most people don't know. And that's where Vegas makes all their money is off the people that are losing. The winners, especially the ones that go in they don't want them in on a regular basis because they have to pay them way too much money. They don't lose, they win.
Right.
And they win a lot.
Yes. Yep.
So, that's bottom line is that's what I always said. So we brought this up, said, well, the people that go to Gamblers Anonymous that have gambling issues are bad gamblers. They're not good at it. If you were really good at it, you're not going. Because you're making way too much money.
Right.
And like you said, relationships, spouses don't mind if they're making money and bringing a lot of money home. That's great. You might be addicted to gambling, but if you're making money and you're really good at it.
Yeah. You're not going to say much.
No.
If you're bringing it home and taking care of home, only way that comes in a problem, you're not bringing it home.
No.
And you're taking care of other things that they don't know what you're taking care of.
That's a problem.
That's an issue.
Right. That becomes a big problem.
Absolutely.
Football. The draft. The draft grades. I know a lot of discussion on it. Looks like that Cleveland did well. The Giants did well. Dallas did well. Dallas got an A-, according to NFL.com. This is just what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were given an A-, just to throw out some of the teams, and how they did. The Jets, Dave Clark, were given an A-. People feel that maybe they picked up a sleeper quarterback from Clemson, the Jets did, in the fourth round.
Yeah.
Cade Klubiak out of Clemson. And people say, watch him.
Right. Well, I mean, he's always had a lot of publicity behind him and at one time a Heisman Trophy candidate. They was thinking he should be that. He just didn't have the season he should, but the talent they know is there because he's been that good through high school, college at first. So that might be something that they found like a diamond in the rough. You never know. That might work out for the Jets. They may start other guys, but if he learns quickly enough, they might find out they got somebody and don't have to go looking for a quarterback in next year's draft.
Well, the other sleeper quarterback that have gotten some people not necessarily wondering is, and this is always love this discussion, is the Cleveland Browns.
Oh yeah,
picked,
I like them.
They're out of the sixth round.
Oh yeah, I like him.
Talon Green out of Arkansas.
Oh, I like him.
A 6-rounder.
I liked him. He started for 2 years at Boise State. I liked him there. Then he transferred to Arkansas in his last 2 seasons there. And when they was trying to figure out who do he remind you of as an NFL player, and the only thing I could think of, and then somebody finally said it, I see they say it all the time now, it's Randall Cunningham.
Yeah.
The same type of build. He's about 6'6".
6'6", almost rounded off to 6'6", 6'5" and 7/8. Let's call it 6'6", 227.
Yeah, he said the only thing is Randall's a little bit more weight than him, but he's the same type of guy. Can run, got the speed, he got an arm that he can throw it, say out the building if he had to. So he could throw the ball. They always said he had some issues with accuracy, but that's because he was always on the run throwing.
Right.
So now if they could work on that mechanics, sit in the pocket, put that on that front leg and come through and not be on his back foot throwing the ball, you don't know what you might have. And you work with that, because now this is interesting. They got Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, still got Dylan Gabriel, and Tylen Green. They're not keeping 4 quarterbacks.
No.
They may keep 3, and the third might go in the practice squad.
Practice squad.
So I really think the starting position is between Shador and Watson, without question. If Shador can really show himself, he'll be it. But if not, if it's like an even or close, I think it'll be Deshaun Watson.
Brady Quinn brought this up on his show that he does with LeVar Arrington and Jonas Knox. I listen to it every day. Two Pros, a Cup of Joe. I think it's a really great show. But Brady Quinn brought this up. He said that he never figured out why the Browns signed Watson. This is exactly what you said. Because he would never fit in to the system there. He said, I never saw the reason because I never thought he was a good fit for Stefanski's system.
Right.
And it was a mismatch from the day he signed.
Yep.
Then he had to sit out all those games.
Yep.
And he couldn't play, couldn't practice. And then ultimately, he never really learned that system because he never had the chance, but it wasn't a system tailored for him.
Right.
So it goes back to what we've always said is that square peg in the round hole. And he goes, I just didn't see why he goes, I know people are saying why they signed Watson, blah, blah, because I was looking at it from strictly a fit. And I didn't think it was a good fit when they signed Watson. So now Stefanski's gone. And now you've got the new coach in there.
Yeah. Todd
Monken. And now people are saying, hey, wait a minute.
How he looks at camp?
Right. He looked really good at camp.
Because Monken is using the system
to fit
that fits him.
Right.
And what's so good about that same system is similar to what Shador ran at Colorado. So now you got two guys that's fitting into the type of system they could do. I always thought Watson was pressing to prove.
Yeah, I always thought so.
I got to prove that I'm still great. I've been out. So what? I've been out here. I'm still.
Yeah.
And he couldn't. He never. He just looked like. And people say, well, he's washed up. How he's not. I never thought he was washed up.
I never thought he was washed up.
But I thought his mechanics was off. I thought everything did not fit him. When I said it like you just said, I'm glad you remembered that. I said I never understood why they got him. Because it don't fit this system.
You said that.
And I said, and he won't change.
And that was the problem with Stefanski's system.
Why is he not change? Why wouldn't he put the system that made him successful?
Right.
Why not? He stayed with his own system, and that's the way Stefanski did it, and that's who he is. So this is a chance. If Watson gets in there now, I don't know if he had a great season, I don't know what they would do. But if he has a good enough season, they may say we'll let him go, sign somewhere else, and they feel comfortable with Shador or whoever. But if he has a great season and they have a come-up season, I don't know how you get.
Well, what do you do if they end up in the playoffs, they win a couple games, they in the conference finals, they lose a game in the conference finals to go to the Super Bowl? When are you going to let Watson leave?
Unless you.
And if Watson's the guy and he's having an all-pro season,
I don't know what
under a new coach, Monken, who's got offensive. He's very smart offensively.
Yep.
And he has a system that Watson is really flourishing under.
Yeah. How do you get
then
rid
what
of
do you do? I mean, do you let him go as a free agent and say, okay, we're done with that contract?
I don't think Monken will want to do that.
Then do you have to figure, well, we got to keep him. What do we do? I mean, do we,
And I know it still will be people in Cleveland saying, get rid of Watson
yeah,
no matter
but if
what.
he gets you to a conference, if he ends up playing great and the team goes really far.
Most people are going to forget all about that.
Well, you do.
If they win, that's what it does.
Well, winning solves everybody's problems.
Yeah,
and everybody,
you'll have a couple that will still be talking about that. You're going to have that
you
all
always
the
have
time.
that anyway.
Right. You're going to have somebody. But I don't know if you can get rid of him. And I wouldn't trade Shador if I know that he is
I would
ready
keep
to go
Shador
because he'll be ready.
And you got, again, I talk about it a lot, the contract. you keep him.
Yeah,
because you got a bargain. If Shador takes off, and if he ends up, if Watson, you keep Watson and Shador, and Shador gets in and looks like he's got the system too, you keep them both. But you keep Shador because you got that contract in your favor. Then maybe a year or two down the road, Watson goes. Now you got your starter. Then you go, you transition right over to Shador, and he's your guy.
But I'm gonna tell you, it'd be hard. It'd be hard for me to get rid of this guy if you have that type of season.
Right.
You just said you got to get some worth out of him.
Oh,
you
yeah.
did it with that one season. I got to see if I can squeeze something else
Well,
out
I
of him.
would too. I don't see.
I wouldn't be the Sam Darnold guys like Minnesota. They got rid of him.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Sam,
look what happened.
Hit the road, Sam.
Yeah, you didn't want. Now they're kind of, Minnesota's kind of in a real tough situation. You brought in Kyler Murray, and then you're going to have J.J. McCarthy, and I mean some
JJ
people
sitting the bench.
Yeah, I don't think
because they said Wichita already knows the system and got it.
Yeah, Kyler got the
he's
system
got the system
down.
already.
Yeah, I believe that.
They said he already got it. So
right. Yeah, I could see that because
And
I think Murray's a sharp guy. I mean, he's smart, and he you could see he can improvise. I know that drives a lot of people. Some people don't like him and don't think he can play the position.
Mhm.
I think he can. I think if you get him in with the right players around him,
he got a receiving.
He's
core.
got a great receiving core.
Tight ends, receivers.
And I like this. Will be interesting to watch him play. And
with that,
and then you're debating is going to be who will be the starter. Will it be JJ or Kyler? And they got Kyler cheap.
Yeah, right.
He's on the cheap. They got him for nothing.
Yeah.
So that's a
think,
freebie.
I think if you still want to keep JJ, and it's almost even, I'm gonna go with Kyler and let JJ continue to learn.
to develop under
you
him.
Develop and get better because
Then
he was too up and down. He was better than the first year, but he still was too
erratic.
Yeah, just you looking
he had
good
games,
and then you'd be like, wait, he
Like-
regressed. Then he comes back.
right? And then he would be like the Chicago Bears. He looked great. Then he looked bad. He was like played
did that
really
in the same
3
game a
quarters.
couple times.
Then he woke up and played a great fourth quarter, and
Yep.
then the next week it was like that he was
Yeah.
this doesn't look like the same guy.
Yeah, and that lets me know that he's not completely comfortable
No.
with everything yet. But
But you
once
could
you see it,
he has a glimmer of hope.
yeah. But you got to get somebody in there to allow him to just develop more. He wasn't ready yet. Yes, he sat behind somebody, but he wasn't playing at all.
No,
He was injured, so he was learning from
under
the bench.
Darnold, right?
Right.
That first season.
Yeah, he wasn't playing. He wasn't his backup. He was on the sideline. And even though, you do get to learn from there, but if he's able to practice and take reps and do all that stuff, that helps a lot better. You got out there and you thrust this on him. And that was kind of tough. I don't think that – now, they said Kevin O'Connell was kind of upset about that they got rid of Darnold. I don't think he wanted that to happen.
Yeah, I don't think he did.
I don't think he wanted
and
that.
they end up firing the GM.
Yep, that was something that they did. It's not something that he agreed with, and because really they were setting JJ up for failure. Let him go ahead and be a bust because you're rushing him into something he's not ready for yet.
But I never thought he was that good.
Well, see, I
thought he was okay. I just never really thought.
I could see. I knew he could throw the football.
Yeah, but
I never judged Michigan quarterbacks because their
No.
system is not geared to NFL
Not
football.
at all.
They've never been.
No.
It's never been that. I mean, from the time I've watched them, and so I never say, okay, he's not a prospect or he is a prospect.
Yeah.
I just could see that he could throw the ball, just like I could see that Brady could throw it. I
Right.
see what's the guy that played baseball in that?
Drew Henson.
Yep, I knew he could throw the football, but how good could they be as NFL
At the
quarterbacks?
next
I don't
level.
know.
See, that's the
because
problem.
they got to get there and get the right coaching
And the right system
and the right system and to
develop.
develop. And you've seen that, and that's with Brady. Brady was right system.
Well,
developed quickly,
And he had a great team around him and a good coach. Belichick had a great defense. Also, he had a whole team. He didn't walk in to a lousy team.
No, but he's smart too, though.
Right.
That's one
and
thing
he
I-
learned.
Yeah.
And that's the commitment. You got to the guys have to be. They don't some of the problem with the quarterbacks coming out of college is they don't realize the time commitment they need to study and know that playbook, be the first one in, last one out, to really know the plays. And some of them don't have the maturity
to do it.
Or to do it.
Yeah,
and they struggle with that. But Brady did, and Brady used that whole thing about his draft being 199, 6th round. Nobody liked me. Blah blah blah. I'm going to show the world. He used that chip on his shoulder, which he still has, to this day. But that's what he used and as motivation. And some players obviously use whatever it is that they need to do it. And Brady used that to his benefit. But some of the guys flounders because they don't either have the skill physically or the mental ability to know the playbook and put the time in.
Yeah, that's why I said I never thought JJ was. It's the same way I felt about Brian Greasy. People, he's not going to be able to play. I don't care if it is Bob's son.
Yeah, he was actually pretty good.
Yeah,
he just had
good.
bad. His injuries would kind of.
Brian Greasy's a good quarterback. In the NFL.
He was a good quarterback in the NFL. He just had really bad. He had those brutal injuries that just he could. They were like the shoulder, all kinds of issues.
He played about 10 years.
Yeah,
and you could see he could make the throws, and he was smart. So, but like I said, their football at the quarterback position is not conducive to know whether they're going to be a good quarterback or what in the NFL. Just like sometimes you don't even know what their receivers are like until they get there. You know they can catch the ball, but how good are they?
Yeah.
Because they don't really have an NFL type of offense.
Yeah, Brian Greasy did. He from 98 to 2008. I guess he made it was Tampa Bay in 2008. He made, I think, the practice squad. But the point is, he was with the Bears in 2006, 2007. Well, that was a Super Bowl 7.
Yeah, he might have been on that team.
And he was maybe the backup to Grossman.
I think so. I think he was.
But now he has that. Actually, he was a quarterback. He coached quarterback coach for the 49ers from 2022 to 2024. And then he was doing TV in the interim. He's actually very good.
Yeah, on the games?
Games.
Yeah.
I always liked how he did. He was really good to listen to. Yeah, he was. He basically from 1998, his first season in Denver, to 2008, his last year with Tampa Bay. But again, a Michigan quarterback, played good. Again, you just don't ever really know.
Don't never know about the quarterbacks at Michigan because the system. I'm the same way with the quarterbacks at Ohio State because their offense is explosive, but it's a one read.
Yeah, one read.
It's one read. If he's open, you go there, and then you could check down.
Here's a little. Since you brought this up, it just entered my mind. Now, one of the things they're saying is, Kansas City is playing they're the Monday night game, I believe.
Against Denver, the opening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, we don't know if Mahomes is going to be ready. But if he's not ready, the starting quarterback will be probably Justin Fields.
Yeah, it just might be.
So that will be very interesting because they were talking about that. Well, if Mahomes isn't going to be there, why do you play? Kansas City's on network, prime time, with no Patrick Mahomes. But I think the caveat or the interesting part is I want to see what Justin Fields has got with Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Because I think Justin Fields, being the Jets is bad. Nobody plays good for the Jets. Quarterbacks just go there and flounder. And Fields looked okay with Pittsburgh, but they turned it over to Russell Wilson. So some of the people not happy because they thought they should have kept Justin Fields there. But the point is now I'm kind of interested, being a Buckeye fan. I want to see if Mahomes is not ready. I want to see how Justin Fields does with Andy Reid. in that system.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, he might throw everybody a surprise and actually play pretty good.
I mean, he can. It's just I don't know what it is about him. I don't know.
I think
I've always been like that with him. I think he's talented, but I just don't think he was ready as an NFL quarterback. So
well, he went to the Bears.
Right. I mean, I didn't care who he went to. To be honest with you, I said I don't know if he got that down where he could. I'm gonna be an NFL quarterback.
Right.
And I think if he takes it that way, because he's smart,
he is.
If he take it that way, I think he can develop. So I hope he does. I hope he take this chance with Kansas City to get as much as he can.
Right.
So now he can stay still young enough to still have a decent enough career.
We'll see.
You know, and he could get some confidence because those other places weren't great to play in, and it wasn't conducive to. He wasn't the quarterback of Ohio. I think he could have came back one more year when he came out of Ohio State, right?
He could have come back.
And I always thought, stay another year. Stay another year, even though their offense is not like the NFL. You're throwing so many balls to such great receivers because it is geared for running routes. They might have one read, forget that. He got good receivers. When you start throwing the guys, putting it on the money, and all that, you get that down. Now you get to a team that can teach you the other fundamentals of the quarterback position. I don't know where it might take him because he's talented enough to do, because he could do all kind of other things. If he get the throwing down and accuracy down, it's going to be a hard person to stop because he can run the football. He'll be just like I would love to see him put the time in like Lamar did, because Lamar got there and was a running talent.
He was.
Wasn't always accurate at
But
first, but he developed into being an accurate quarterback, and the sky's the limit once that. When that guy's at full strength, that is a handful. And that's what Justin Fields will be.
Yeah,
and at times he was a handful, even with him not disciplined as a quarterback. He still was a handful at times. You know, so just think if he had it all down.
And that's the thing. He's got the legs, and he can make a lot of play with his legs, and he could drive defensive coordinators crazy. Mm-hmm. But if he could get the passing down and get that down with the combination, it could be interesting to see how he does. And I'm kind of really interested because that's another I think it's a good storyline because I'm not sure if Mahomes is going to be ready yet. I mean, with that injury. Yeah. Now, they keep saying he's going to be ready, but if he's not, I'm kind of interested.
Yeah, they say he's way ahead of schedule, so he might be, but it's a possibility.
Well, they may not want to play him right away because you don't want a re-injure like that. Like Tatum with the Celtics, I thought, yeah, but I still thought he was coming back too soon for that Achilles, and he was favoring the other knee. And I thought the last thing you want is him to blow out the other knee because he's favoring the in knee or the ankle or the Achilles not injured, and you see that happen a lot. So I think it's good that they did not play him in the playoffs or when he sat out, and I don't know if they were going anywhere anyway in the playoffs. Boston, but getting back to the Mahomes is before you bring him in. I mean, football being the sport it is, I don't think it's necessarily a good idea. Maybe if you let him sit a couple weeks.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to know they're going to know in August.
Yeah, you'll know in August,
and they'll know whether they can go ahead and play him. He's been a fast healer in the past.
Yeah,
so
he's got the history on his side.
Yeah, so maybe he'll be ready. Yep.
Half hour left. Saturday Morning Sports Page. Back after this on Western Reserve Radio.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Are you tired of switching apps just to catch your favorite shows and live events? Say hello to the iMedia1 Network app, your one-stop destination for streaming and everything that matters. From national sports to exclusive local content, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast are now all in one place, anytime, anywhere. Download the free iMedia1 Network app on iOS and Android and unlock the future of sports audio in the palm of your hand. The iMedia1 Network, your sports app in the Valley.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
I'm getting older. Do I need to worry about falling?
Yes, you do. Each year, 1 in 4 people 65 and older will experience a fall, and many will be serious. The majority of falls happen at home, so remove things that could make you trip and install handrails to keep you steady. To learn more about the steps you can take to help prevent a fall, please talk to your doctor. You can also visit aarpfoundation.org or medicaremadeclear.com/falls. This message was brought to you by United Healthcare and AARP Foundation.
Saturday Morning Sports page back. Yeah. Monday, the first Monday night game, Dave Clark, will be the Broncos at the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be potentially Justin Fields may start this. We don't know yet.
Well, who's the other quarterbacks they got on the roster there? I'm sure he's got to be the back. I thought they got rid of
Gardner Minshew, but Minshew.
He went somewhere else. I think he went to Arizona.
Yeah, Gardner Minshew, I believe, is.
I want to say Arizona, but
Arizona.
I don't care if he was in Kansas City. There's no way I'm putting him in before Fields. I can't see it.
No, they have right now the 3 quarterbacks on the roster will be Mahomes, the starter, Justin Fields is the backup, and Garrett Nussmeier. Who they drafted
from LSU.
LSU is considered the third stringer. He may end up on the practice squad, but they'll probably, like I said, that's probably where you're going to go.
And he has shoulder issues. I'm telling you, if he gets healthy, that could be still down the line. It could be. He got his dad is a coach. And I think he's in the NFL now as a coach for somebody, assistant coach. So,
as of today, Gardner Minshew is 30 years old, is, as you said, quarterback for the Cardinals.
Okay, that's what I
so
thought
he's
he
in with the Cardinals. So he's the backup. They got Jacoby Brissett there. And
he's holding out, kind of, until he get a contract.
I don't blame him. Because, what are the let's see, who did didn't the Arizona Cardinals draft a quarterback? Yeah, didn't they draft
Yeah. Yep. From Miami.
The Miami guy.
Yeah, Beck.
Carson Beck.
Uh-huh.
Now there is
that's
potential.
Another one. That's a potential steal too.
Right. Carson Beck could end up.
He's got NFL traits. Now, will it translate? But he does have that type of smart doing things, so maybe.
Yeah, right now he's right. He's with the Arizona Cardinals. Carson Beck was drafted by the Cardinals.
And then he could move right in behind. He could move past
third round.
Gardner Minshew.
That was a smart move. It was a third round pick.
Smart. That's smart.
That's a smart move by the Cardinals because he can. I think he's like, he's 6'5", 233, so he's got the size.
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely had the college starts. He was with Georgia from 2020 to 2024. Then he started all the games Miami 2025. So the guy's
got
had
about 50 something.
Yeah, he's got like I can
Might
look
even
it
be
up. But
60.
yeah, he's
so
got buku. I'll look up the amount. Yeah, he's got. He started in 43 games. He played in 55, but he started in 43.
Oh, yeah, he's got
and 3 years in a row, to Georgia and Miami. He basically started every game in 2023, 2024, and 2025.
Oh, yeah.
So he's had 43 starts, so he's got your starts.
Yeah, he's definitely there for that.
Right. He's got the size, he's got the starts, and
if he turns out to be decent enough, you ain't got to worry about trying to get the first round guy. Fix the rest of your team.
Well, and that's the thing you've got is if you could really develop Carson Beck, and he ends up being a pretty good quarterback because everybody's talking about next year.
Everything is that, yep.
The quarterbacks are all coming out next year. But if you get Carson Beck and he ends up playing really good and he gets to start and he can see that he can play, and then Jacoby's the backup to Carson Beck. You do have Gardner Minshew there, but the point is if you develop Carson Beck, third round, so he's got the third round contract.
Yeah, which is lovely.
Which is always great because then you can build the rest of the team up.
And they got receivers.
Right. They've got receivers. You got Marvin Harrison. No, did Marvin?
No, he's there.
Is he there? Marvin Harrison stayed, so he's there.
They got Michael Wilson.
And he's starting to develop. He had problems getting into, I think they had a problem with scheme and he couldn't get acclimated, but he showed Marvin Harrison Jr. did show signs last year. He played pretty good. So now if you can at least if you have a Carson Beck develop.
That's what I'm saying.
You have
Harrison,
pieces there.
Wilson, the other receiver, made the All-Pro last year.
Right.
You got him. The tight end, McBride, is All-Pro, first-team All-Pro. And the offensive line is better.
Right.
So now you just keep building your defense and stuff. And that they always are a surprise team anyway, Arizona. Sometimes they surprise. We look, they can't win. And they start beating and they beat the good teams.
This is the thing, getting back to the schedule, people are critical of the schedule because they go, well, you're going to get stuck with watching Arizona at 1 o'clock on a
you
Sunday.
You got to check those days.
You're stuck with them. And I'm like, good. I want to see these guys play. I mean, I want to see maybe Carson Beck will start. I want to watch Arizona because I think they're a fascinating team to watch because you've got these guys have potential there to be good.
Yeah, because you don't get to see them a lot. Nobody talks about them a lot, but I would love to see them.
No, I know. I want to see them play.
Yeah, a lot of times I want to see teams like that.
Yeah. Let's go to the phones. You're on the sports page. What's up?
Good morning, Pat. Good morning, Dave. How you guys doing?
Hey, Dave. How you doing? Hey, Mike. What's up?
I'm doing well, thank you. Earlier you guys were talking about the NFL. I want to talk about the NBA playoffs in a little bit, but you're talking about the NFL, and I see, we started talking about this years ago, how they just started adding games on certain spots of the year to get more viewership, more.
Yeah.
And now I see this year, I see a brand new one, guys. I see the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, Wednesday, November 25th, the Green Bay Packers at the Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah.
And we all know the Wednesday before Thanksgiving is one of the, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's turned out to be the biggest bar night in America because a lot of people go home for the holiday Thanksgiving, spend time with family and friends. So I know if you go to any establishment in our area on that Wednesday night, it's usually very, very crowded, as are the restaurants.
Right.
True.
And they'll have their TVs going.
There you go.
You think the NFL do their homework? They find out all that, and that's perfect. That just drives their ratings up more.
And that's the thing. They know that.
Yeah.
And they also know there's people, older people, the boomers, they're getting older. They're not going out to the bars. We're staying home. We're watching it on TV. I mean, there are the younger generations who are, hey, we'll go to the bar. Then there's the older generations like, those days are behind me. I want to sit at home and watch it on my big screen.
Yep.
And, my wife will make cookies and stuff, and I'll be, okay, great. This is it. Yep. This is great. I can stay home.
When it comes to money, Pat, you've said this for years. People change their. You guys remember? We're going back 8-10 years now. Okay, But do you remember when the Big Ten had a policy that after November 1st you could not play a night game? Do you remember that in college football?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to that policy, Lucia?
Yeah, well.
It went so fast I blinked and it was gone.
The green.
It doesn't last long. I remember that.
Yep. Follow the green.
Follow the green. That's why I was, I have to be brutally honest. Colin Cowherd did his take on Tuesday or Wednesday how Notre Dame's crawling back to USC and that nothing could be further from the truth. I mean, the reality is that USC decided when they joined the Big Ten, and we talked about this, their schedule's gotten much more challenging than it was in the Pac-10, Pac-12, okay? Right. And, you're playing Ohio State now. They're playing Michigan. They're playing Oregon. They're playing, Penn State. Their schedule's much more challenging now than it was when they were in the Pac-12. And people around the program started saying, do we have to do this? Look what other programs are doing. We can avoid this. Why should we take on another top 10 opponent if we don't have to? And Urban Meyer is the one that goes on TV and talks about that all the time.
Oh, yeah, right.
Urban Meyer said if he was coaching at Ohio State, he would have went to AD's office months ago and said, we're not going to Austin. We're not playing Texas this year.
Right.
Like, cancel the game. Give him the money. We're not playing.
Right.
And he said that on the show.
Well, now, see, the thing with that, the reason why USC now wants to get the rival, because they know by the time they reinstate that, will be 2030, there'll be 24 teams in the college football playoff.
Correct.
Well, okay. So
and you can lose 3 games, maybe even 4 and still get in, right? You can lose 3 and still get in.
And that's why. I mean, let's call it for what it is. USC didn't want to play Notre Dame because they didn't want to play them. You just said it. Because that's going to maybe eliminate them from a college playoff. Well, now, with the playoff going to go to 24 teams, because they're already talking about it getting to 24. They're going to skip 16 and go they're going to go 12 to 24 is what I understand it. So they're not even going to do 16 playoff teams. They're passing that. They're going to go right to 24. So USC knows by the time we, quote, get our rival back, we'll probably can play Notre Dame, keep our alumni happy because they're all upset.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was bad, Lucia. That is still bad to this day about this. They're heated about that.
You should listen to Petros Papadakis. Oh, my gosh. He played for USC. He was a running back. He said, he goes, I played for USC when they weren't any good back like in 2000. But you should hear him rail about that, about not playing Notre Dame. It's like he goes on and on and on. Well, now, guess what? They'll play Notre Dame in 2030 and keep everybody relatively happy. But now they'll still get it. They still have a shot at getting in the playoffs because you're going to 24 teams.
Correct.
So there you go. That's why they're doing it. They're doing it to keep the alumni happy, but they also have the foresight to know you got 24 teams. We got a better chance of getting in the playoffs. We'll play Notre Dame, keep everybody happy. That's why.
Yeah, and you talk about the NFL and the scheduling. Just whether it's major college football or the NFL, everything comes back to the bottom dollar. How can we maximize making our money as much as possible?
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, I know people are upset. We talked about it with Netflix and Prime and the streaming services and basketball. They're upset, and baseball. But unfortunately, that is the way it is. I mean, I listened to Mad Dog Russo was all upset because he got into a hotel that didn't have a TV, and he got mad at the one of the assistants who booked the hotel because the guy didn't know it. And I thought to myself, well, they had the internet. Don't you have a tablet? Don't you? I mean, he goes, evidently he doesn't have a tablet or doesn't know how to work the tablet.
Probably don't.
And I'm
you
thinking,
seem like you would.
Well, that's what I mean. As a sports guy, and he's 3 years younger than me. Yeah. And I'm thinking in the back of my head, if I could figure this out, you should figure it out. But I mean, I watch so many games and stuff on my tablet. I mean, half the time. I mean, I'm like, okay, there's something on TV at our house. My wife I want to watch it. Like, okay, watch it. I got my tablet. I'll watch whatever it is. I'll have it on my tablet. I'll watch it. I watch more stuff on my tablet. But I thought to myself, when he was complaining about it, I go, Don't you have a tablet? Just watch whatever you needed on that.
It's hard to believe to be dealing with sports,
right?
Especially at the level he's
I
at.
mean, he's
and don't have that.
Right. He may be the top talk show guy in the country. I mean, but how do you not have a tablet and watch games on that?
And Pat, to circle back on USC, I know another big thing they said was the Big Ten is frowning upon playing non-conference games in November. They want all their big matchups to be in the month of November. So obviously, traditionally, when Notre Dame played SC, they played at South Bend in the middle of October always, and then they always played Thanksgiving weekend out in Southern Cal at the end of November. So that's another big factor. When this thing comes back, it won't be like that anymore. They'll have to figure out when they can play it, and it'll be early in the year, even out in Los Angeles when they get it back.
Right. Yeah.
So, but I'm going to hold my prediction, Dave Clark. Not now, but in the next 3 or 4 years, you're going to see more schools. It seems to be. I always feel like when I read articles and I watch news programs on all this other stuff, what Cowherd said on Wednesday, what Matt Hayes wrote in the Sporting News on Friday, there are national media members on TV and in print that are visibly trying to force Notre Dame into a conference. Like they're obsessed with it. And they write articles and they talk about it on TV like Cowherd did on Wednesday. But here's my prediction. In the next 3 or 4 years, you'll have more schools leave their conference and go independent like Notre Dame than stay in. Because Ohio State's going to look at it and say, why are we subsidizing Purdue? Why are we subsidizing Northwestern? Why are we subsidizing Illinois? We can make a lot more money on our own with our own deal in Prime or Amazon or wherever else.
I think that's a distinct possibility. I think
same thing with Texas.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the blue bloods, Pat. The top 25, 30 programs say if we go independent, we can make a lot more money, and we don't have to share with anybody.
Well, and that brings up a good point because I think ultimately what you're going to run into, though, is the Big Ten is printing more money than you can know with all of what they're doing. And you're right. I think there's issues with like you just said it, and I'm not sure if what I wonder in college, whether or not you're going to have the blue bloods, as you've referred to them, make their own conference, like break away Texas, Ohio State, maybe USC, maybe they could corral Notre Dame and just get this like super conference where you have like these, the top 10 or top 20.
For sure, yes.
And they break away and they're going to go, forget the tradition of the Big Ten and the ACC or whatever it is, LSU, Alabama, Ohio State, Notre Dame, boom. We're going to make our own conference because we're going to make a lot more money. And the money's going to be so big that Notre Dame will say, okay, we'll get in that conference because we're going to make a lot more money. Because that's all it always comes down to.
Yeah.
It always comes down to money. I don't care what all the tradition doesn't mean anything. It's all about the green, and that's where you follow it.
And then, Dave, I've told you guys the last several months, like I have a lot of connections still because of the radio show and talk to people in South Bend. And guys have been covering the teams 35, 40, 45 years, and they said they've never seen Notre Dame like this to the point of you have the administration at the very top, the board of trustees, the president of the university, the academic people, the admissions, the athletic department, and the football program all on the same page. Everybody's on the same page. Like they pushed all their chips in the middle of the table and said, "We're in." I mean, they're paying their head coach, one of the top 3 or 4 head coaches in the country. They're paying him a lot of money not to go to the NFL. I'm shocked by this, Pat, because I never thought I would see this. I got to be brutally honest. You and I have multiple conversations, and I always thought maybe I'll never live to see Notre Dame win a national championship. Now I'm more confident than ever. In the next 3 or 4 years, we could definitely see one.
Well, I think if they would have got in this year, they would have been in the conversation. If they didn't get let out, if they didn't get left off, which was so, like we talked about that in but had Notre Dame been in the playoff this year, they had the team. I wouldn't have been surprised if they didn't get into the final against Indiana. I think they could have. I mean, they were just as good.
They were hot at the end of the year. They were hot the last 2+ months. Paul Feinbaum said they didn't deserve to be there. And I'm thinking, dude, Alabama got in. They had 3 losses, and Indiana smoked them by 5 touchdowns. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Everybody could look with 2 eyeballs and said Alabama didn't belong there. We all saw that.
Alabama got in because they got screwed the year before. It was a makeup. Alabama should have got in the year before, and they put SMU in, and they know they screwed up, and then they made up for it this year by putting Alabama in. They didn't belong in. They obviously didn't belong in.
Yeah.
And then
You're
they
right.
screwed up. The ACC screwed up. See, that's why Notre Dame might try to get out of this ACC agreement and be out on their own, and they might be better off for it because they definitely belonged in and they got screwed. But moving
Speaking
forward,
of which, Pat, I'm glad you touched upon that because obviously a lot of people have been talking about the ACC and how they need to get rid of Notre Dame and walk away from them. And you told me years ago that they should be on their hands and knees begging them to join full time.
oh no, that's what I mean, because it makes the conference better.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
and
still
they bring money and look
right.
at the stadium revenue. Look at all the revenue and all the facts when they come to town.
Right.
How many? There's 25,000 more people in the stadium, and you're making a lot more money.
I equate Notre Dame to the New York Yankees. You know that when the Yankees are most hated, but when the Yankees go on the road,
yeah,
all those teams, their attendance goes through the roof. Like I was years ago in the 80s, I was in Milwaukee. I went to a baseball game with a guy out there, and we went out, County Stadium. It's all right. But I said to him, he goes, it was a decent crowd. They were playing Chicago. Decent crowd. He goes, you know what this place is like when the Yankees show up in town? I go, what?
Oh, yeah.
He goes, you wouldn't believe how Yankee fans. I go, in Milwaukee? He goes, oh, yeah. He goes, this place like sells out. He goes, the Yankees show up and they're all there. And all Yankee fans. It's like Tampa Bay. That's Yankee Stadium South. Because again, but Notre Dame's on the same level. When they come to town, you either have the people hating them or loving them, and they all go into your stadium and fill it up.
I know Cleveland's very disappointed. The Guardians that the Yankees are going to come to town next month. It's on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They love to have the Yankees for a weekend series because it draws more people.
Yeah,
right?
and that's the thing.
People are off work and more too.
You want those.
Hey, I know we're getting close to the top of the hour. I need to talk to you guys about the last few minutes here about my bipolar Cleveland Cavaliers.
Well, supposedly they had the flu go through the team. There was a stomach virus. I read about it last night. Supposedly they were all under, evidently some of the players were under the weather. I don't know how many, but yeah. They didn't play very well last night. They were
and I'm being serious. I know it's only been 2 years. I'm not trying to make you guys laugh or anything, but if the game's 8:00 on Prime Sunday night, right? What happened to our 3:30 games on Sunday? We were growing up and watching them, but neither there. But once again, money. If they lose tomorrow night in Detroit, will Kenny Atkinson still be employed by Monday afternoon? Honest question.
I'm going to think not.
You think they'll fire him?
I got a feeling they're going to let him go. But it's always got to look to see
Dave
what.
Clark some very questionable decisions, has he not?
Yeah.
Not only now, but throughout the playoffs, and you go even back to my buddies who followed the regular season said they don't think he did a very good job this year.
Certain times you just scratch your head some of the things he did, but it's the other things he did do good. But the patience in professional sports
is
something. So that's why I said I think they may say, hey, we go, but who do you got on the ledger that's available that you can bring in? See, that's the thing. If they don't have nobody,
the Knicks didn't have anybody when they fired Thibodeau.
Well,
they went at they were how many months? Right, it worked out.
But it may not.
It may not. That's what I mean.
You better make sure somebody's available before you do it.
Again, but that was Dolan. Yeah, and Dolan made the move. I don't think
make sense anyway.
And he just does it because he was. I know that's who fired him because it wasn't the GM.
No.
It was Dolan who fired Thibodeau because he thought they needed to change. And if Mike Brown ends up winning and beating either Detroit or Cleveland and he gets into the NBA Finals, Dolan will look like a genius because that was a good move.
Yeah. Yeah,
but I don't know what Cleveland's going to do. I'm like Dave. I wouldn't be shocked either way. I think if they fire him, I could almost expect that because there is no patience or allegiance to any. And if Gilbert thinks he needs a new coach because he has the players and it's the coach, he's gone.
Yeah.
If they lose to Detroit, Game 7. Now if they beat Detroit and get in against the Knicks. And they have a tough series with the Knicks, he probably keeps his job. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
But concerned, Pat, you look at these 4 you go back to the series over the last week and a half or so. San Antonio last night in Minnesota, and obviously Cleveland, Detroit last night, and the Lakers and the OKC and the Knicks in Philadelphia. I mean, 70% of the games, Pat, were one-sided, where you looked up and the other team's up by 25 points in the middle of the third quarter. You mean, like, you guys talk about the NFL, how people love the playoffs, and it comes down to the last-second field goal, and you're sitting on the edge of your seat. A lot of these NBA games the last 2 weeks, you've not been sitting on the edge of your seat. The game's been over by the middle of the third quarter.
Well, the games last night were.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I never thought Cleveland was going to win last night, especially when the third quarter started, they had nothing. And when Detroit went back up by 10 and 15, and then I could just see Cleveland could just not make a shot and break into that lead, and then it got into the fourth quarter. And then San Antonio last night, they were just on a high. They just blew Minnesota away. Even Minnesota tried to get back into it, but Wemby and that they just put the foot to the pedal and blew them away, especially in that second half.
The intensity, and I know my buddy said Detroit did all year long. That's why they got the first place seed in the Eastern Conference. They play good, hard defense, fundamental, and they're going to make you earn everything you got. They don't just give you wide open shots.
Right.
Yeah, Cleveland couldn't make some, but the thing what hurt Cleveland last night is they seemed to make any shots, especially trying to get back to third. They had open threes and they couldn't drain, and it has turned into a 3-point shooting game. That's the game now.
Yeah.
They all do it.
It looked like Spider Mitchell and Evan Mobley couldn't guard anybody either. We all commend on Harden's defense, which has been well documented, but those two didn't guard anybody.
Yeah, and he actually been guarding better.
Yeah,
James Harden
played better defense. No, Cleveland.
Agreed. You're 100% right, Dave. Agreed.
Yeah. I've been watching Cleveland in the playoffs. I didn't really watch them during the regular, but their defense, especially down low, is terrible. I see more guys getting layups and easy shots down low on those guys, especially last night. And the games that they've managed to lose, they just don't guard down low at all. Their defense is not good. And I don't know if it's, Mobley will show you at times he can play. I don't know. I think it's game 7. I don't say that they don't have a chance. I think it's up in the air. I think Cleveland could go up there and win game 7. I do. I don't rule it out.
Well, I thought Detroit would win game 5, and I was wrong. I thought Cleveland would win game 6, and I was wrong.
Right.
So I'll make a prediction. See where I'm going here. Detroit will win game 7. See what I just did there?
I get it.
And I think, and Detroit, to me, no one's giving them much of a chance. They've said, well, Knicks will beat them because, the Knicks have changed. But everybody's throwing dirt on Detroit's grave saying they don't have a chance. I could see them in the finals. I could see them beating the Knicks somehow, some way, get in the finals. I just don't think they could beat either.
And the nice thing, the Knicks got Pat Lucia, and I know you're a Knicks guy, whether it's Detroit or Cleveland, they finished their series last Sunday, so they've had a lot of rest for those bumps and bruises to get guys healthy again. No matter who they play, they're going to have a lot more energy and enthusiasm. Whoever the Knicks play on Tuesday night in Madison, well, if they play Detroit, it'll be in Detroit. But whoever the Knicks play on Tuesday night, whether it be Detroit or Cleveland, I expect the Knicks to win that game.
They should. You never know. But Anobli's the big guy. If he could come back and healthy with the hamstring, if he could play good, he's the defense. And if he could come back, they have a chance to beat Detroit. If he's not healthy, I'm not sure because Detroit has given them problems during the season. But the Knicks have played a lot better. They have. So,
hey, Pat, Dave, you guys have a great weekend.
Right.
Thanks for taking my phone call. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Irish Mike.
Yep, it is.
That's it.
Yep.
That's the show. We'll do it again next week. Pat Lucia, Dave Clark. Saturday morning sports page. Do not drink, do not drive. Stay safe. Buckle up. Western Reserve Radio.
We thank you for joining us for this special presentation of Western Reserve Radio. And we now return to our regularly scheduled programming.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem Sports Talk is on the iMedia1 Network. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast.
Minutes, we will chat with Jonathan Von Tobel. We'll get his thoughts on Game 7 tomorrow night between the Detroit Pistons and the Cleveland Cavaliers, and what does he expect between the Spurs and the Thunder. Didn't have time to talk about it with Drew Dinsick, but did talk to him a little bit off air. He felt like the price right now was a wee bit short on Oklahoma City. And I think you will hear that from some of the true numerical bettors out there regarding the current price on Oklahoma City versus the San Antonio Spurs. There is a lot of respect out there, and understandably so, for the Spurs, how well they played last night. I was just commiserating with Dustin Sweetelson there in the back room as we both had Anthony Edwards over 26.5 points after the handshakes with 8 minutes to go. I mean, could you stay out there for a couple more minutes? I mean, some of us have got over 26.5, buddy, but I guess with 8 minutes to go and your season's over, why not pack it in and start your vacation a little bit sooner rather than later? But I know Dustin will be looking for some Paul Reed props for Game 7 of the Detroit Pistons going up against the Cavaliers. He has gone over in every game this series after being a DNP CD in Games 1 and 2. He has gone for 11, 15, 10, and 17. Paul Reed has, and I believe the over-under for Game 7 is set at 7.5. Detroit, by the way, not that it really matters, but I saw it last night. Said I'll write it down on my notepad. 5-0 all time in home Game 7s. So take that for what you will. Do with it what you will. JVT will break down the NBA with us coming up in less than 15 minutes. Wes Reynolds at 8:30 Pacific, 11:30 Eastern time. He will help us make sense of the PGA Championship, and Rory McIlroy about to start his round as he is sitting there at 1 over as he is off the tee here to start his third round. And he had an interesting take after his round yesterday, which seems to be coming to fruition regarding, feels like everyone that made the cut has got a shot to win this thing.
It's been hard to make birdies out there because obviously one, the wind the last couple of days, but also where they've put these hole locations. You know, I feel like they've really tried to protect the course the first couple of days. So, you know, it seems like they've used up a lot of the really hard ones. So depending on, you know, a little bit calmer conditions and maybe a couple more favorable hole locations, I think, you know, guys that are just here for the weekend I think everyone's got to feel like they've got a chance.
Well, as Steve Sands pointed out when he joined us last hour, as he was driving to Aronimink for the third round, everyone entering today was within 8 strokes, right? And that is unique. It's never been seen before. 8 strokes separating the leading scorer and the cut line, tied for the smallest such gap in PGA Championship history. And now, as I mentioned, it looks like the playing conditions today are much better than what they were yesterday. And as Justin Ray, who is taking it all in there from The Athletic, said, field taking full advantage this morning of the calmer, warmer conditions. Average proximity of approach shots nearly 8 feet closer on average than yesterday early on. So does that lead to a more wide open field heading into today, heading into tomorrow? Scottie Scheffler, certainly someone that I think a lot of people will be looking at. We talked about it last night on the show. Matt did have a pre-tournament bet on Scottie Scheffler. I felt like I had to place a little bet on him today. I would feel silly if Scottie Scheffler wins this thing for the second straight years, holding up the Wanamaker Trophy on Sunday, and I'm like, he was 2 strokes back heading into the Saturday round with more ideal conditions. He's got the best stats on tour in rounds 3 and 4, but there was an interesting note, I thought, if you caught it from Steve Sands when he joined us regarding Scheffler. He said,
I'm not a super technical player, so if I feel like I can just
we'll get to Alex Smalley here in just a moment. But going back to Scheffler here in just a moment, what Steve said I thought was interesting. Scottie got off to a really good start, right? A 67 on Thursday and then a 71 yesterday. And the MO for Scottie this year has been poor Thursday, good Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And he had a good Thursday, poor Friday. So does he just go back to what he's been doing pretty much all year, which was the strong Saturday and Sunday? By the way, Michael Kim, who had a remarkable front nine with 6 birdies, just had a double bogey on 10. So Michael Kim drops from T9 down to T24 with a double bogey on 10. So Michael Kim, 6 birdies on the first 7 holes, but just bogeyed the 10th there to drop from T9 down to T24. So let's hear now from Alex Smalley, as you just heard a clip of it. Alex Smalley, T1 right now, tied with Maverick McNeely, a 67 in round 1, a 69 in round 2. Alex Smalley entering today around 15-1 or a little bit higher to win the PGA Championship.
I'm not a super technical player, so if I feel like if I can just focus on my tempo and rhythm, most things tend to fall into place there. And then, just trying to have the mentality of, keep pushing forward. If you get to a certain number you have in mind at the beginning of the day, try to create a new goal. And, just try to keep doing the best that you can.
Neither Alex Smalley or Maverick McNeely have finished top 15 in a major championship. And as Justin Ray pointed out, this is the first time in 14 years no player is at 5 under or better after 36 holes at the PGA Championship. So does an Alex Smalley feel the pressure today? Does he drop a little bit back? What about a Maverick McNeely? He was actually someone that humans talked highly about yesterday, felt like he was going to add him to his card. Who was it? Nick Bogdanovich last night had Alex Smalley, I think, pre-PGA Championship. I think he set him at 160-1. And then there's Chris Gotterup, a guy that had a 65 on Friday, the lowest round of the week. He's won a couple times this year. He's gained more than 7.5 strokes on the field, his best in a major. Gotterup is playing in just his 6th major. A solo third last summer at the Open Championship was his best finish. And then lastly, Cameron Young. Cameron Young right now, odds are sitting at plus 950-ish for him to win the PGA Championship. Steve Sands still believes that's the guy who's going to take it down. So Cameron Young, remember back to the Masters, we had Jason Sobel on, and he loved Cameron Young to finish strong, to get top 5. And he had a chance, it felt like, to win it. Didn't ultimately get there, but Cameron Young plus 940. So I can't wait to see how today plays out at Aronimink just outside Philadelphia, because it does look like the conditions are ideal, and it looks like we might have an opportunity for some low scores, and maybe we see some of the world's best start to play elite golf today at Aronimink. All right, before we hit a break, let's get a little more insight on the Preakness and where we're at right now with the Preakness. We just had Drew Dinsick on. He likes the 12 horse in Incredible. We played a clip for you guys earlier from Mike Somich and Aaron Halterman with on their podcast VSiN at the Track, and they both had questions about Incredible. Just how good is he? Well, what about the 1 horse Taj Mahal? Because as Drew Dinsick pointed out, it's a great story, but is he overvalued? Let's hear from Mike and Aaron on the 1 horse Taj Mahal.
He's going to either be surrounded by horses or he's going to be behind horses. So we'll see what he can do. We'll see what he can do. That was my worry, but I'm saying I'm worried about it, but I'm not saying it's impossible, right? Where some of these other ones, it's like they have to be in the front. I don't think it's possible for them to stalk. This horse, we don't know, because he's never really faced anybody that's any good. So
right.
He's kind of just been on the lead because he's just so much better than what he's faced. So that's my big worry with Taj Mahal. What does he do around better horses? I know this field isn't great. It's better than what he's been up against.
It is better than what he's been up against. There's no doubt about that. I do think you could argue he's going to get better because it's 4th race of the career. Like, there's a logical argument you can make that you're going to get the best career race here, which I think is important. I do agree with you. You want someone who's going to improve.
All right, so I'm going to put this into words that I understand. Taj Mahal is Miami of Ohio basketball. Poor competition, How good do we know they are? Maybe they'll rise up like they did in the first 4 and beat SMU. Or maybe they'll get absolutely destroyed like they did against Tennessee in the first round. I'm sticking with that. Mike Somich, Aaron Halterman, maybe it's a bad comparison, but that's my comparison. Taj Mahal, the one horse in the Preakness, they're Miami of Ohio basketball this year. How good are they? We don't know. The level of competition hasn't been there, but Drew Dinsick pointed out a great story regarding the one horse Taj Mahal. Races exclusively at Laurel Park. That is where today's Preakness will be. But the level of competition, as pointed out by Aaron and Mike there, hasn't really been there. And Drew believes that the one horse is a little bit overvalued when you look at the number, and he feels like he will continue to get bet as the day goes on. If you're looking for good baseball content, we got a podcast for you. The Daily Diamond from Jensen Lewis, former MLB pitcher and Mets fan, so you might want to throw that out. Super Dave Ross, they break it down every weekday, whether it be total, sides, whatever you need to know. The Daily Diamond, check it out wherever you get your podcast. Let's talk some NBA with JBT next.
This is a Bloomberg Business of Sports report. Tim Lewicki is looking to buy minority stakes in European soccer clubs through his fund Entrepreneur Equity Partners. Lewicki's pitch to clubs includes his experience with real estate and stadium management. Lewicki received a pardon from President Trump just months after a July 2025 indictment that Oakview illegally coordinated with its rival Legends on the bidding to develop and operate the Moody Center, a $338 million arena at the University of Texas in Austin. Mexico is cracking down on the use of ride-hailing apps like Uber at the nation's airports, causing headaches for travelers as it prepares to host the World Cup next month. Airport authorities have announced that they deploy additional National Guard personnel to bolster the enforcement, while advocates for the app-based drivers counter that traditional taxis can't meet demand by themselves. With a Bloomberg Business of Sports report, I'm Michael Barr.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you're looking for an edge in MLB player props, VEASAN delivers with data you can trust. VEASAN Pro subscribers now get exclusive access to MLB player prop projections powered by Opta AI. Get clear, data-driven numbers for both hitters and pitchers across the props that actually matter. Then see how those...
Are you tired of switching apps just to catch your favorite shows and live events? Say hello to the iMedia1 Network app, your one-stop destination for streaming and everything that matters. From national sports to exclusive local content, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast are now all in one place, anytime, anywhere. Download the free iMedia1 Network app on iOS and Android and unlock the future of sports audio in the palm of your hand. The iMedia1 Network, your sports app in the Valley.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
The stations that always keep you in the zone. I love it.
It's awesome.
Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
Close to where the leader were. We're seeing some low scores and some people rising up the board. Justin Rose 5 under today through 9 holes. He's now tied for 9th. Chris Kirk, 4 under through 9 holes. He's at 1 under. And Michael Kim had a double bogey on 10, but he was just a little while ago tied for 9th. So we could see a lot of movement up and down the board today. So fascinating to see how it plays at Aronimink today for the PGA Championship. We got a Game 7 tomorrow, Game 1 for Oklahoma City and the San Antonio Spurs on Monday night. No one better to break it down than our good friend Jonathan Von Tobel, co-host of Money Moves here on the network. And JVT, as we look ahead to tomorrow, and I laugh because I feel like every time I have you on, we always talk about the Game 7 tax. But let's do it, baby. Game 1, Pistons Cavaliers, 217.5, and now we're looking at 205.5. Yesterday, 209.5 was the total. Game lands 209. So quick thought on the total for Game 7 Sunday night. Has it gone too far? Has this market moved too much? Are we paying the tax too much on this total?
I mean, I think you can make the argument because here's the thing. This has been a relatively slow-paced series to begin with. One of the things I've been begging the Cavaliers to do is to speed this series up, and it's done the opposite. This last game that they played in non-garbage time, which eliminated the last about 90 seconds of the game, you were only at about 90 possessions between the two. So this series has been playing well under about 95 possessions per game or so. How much slower can you really get at this point, Tim? From the shooting and efficiency standpoint, again, the last night, the Cavaliers can't shoot a lick from beyond the arc, and that has been consistent throughout this series. So is that really going to get any worse? I wonder if we're just kind of, to your point, just paying too much here right now when you talk about the way that this game is going to be played on Sunday, because you're still waiting for the magnificent blow-up offensive game for these teams for the most part. Now, I think you can maybe get that. I just think that I'm with you, and you tend to get burned by these sort of things, but you know how I work since we did our show together. You know, there was a reason why we started where we did at the beginning of this series. A couple of these games did go over the total as well throughout the course of this series. And I just think that when you're talking about the way this is going to get bet to, maybe sit back and wait, see if this gets even lower. But I would tend to look over here in this situation. I think that this is like a very low point for a series that already has all of the qualities really baked into it, being a slow paced and inefficient series to begin with.
Yeah, totals are 3-3 in this series. Now, it is worth noting Game 5 went to overtime. If you look at the regulation score, that game did go under, but it was 206 that it went, in that one in regulation. JVT joining us here. Any big takeaways from yesterday's game? I was joking that Dustin Sweetelson, who will be on after us, loved Paul Reed. He's been a revelation. He's had double figures in all 4 games that he's played in. He was a DNP CD in games 1 and 2. We actually saw Jalen Duren, though, go over his player prop. He had gone under every single game. He had 15 points and 11 boards yesterday. Cade Cunningham, the turnovers are concerning. 7 turnovers again yesterday, 8 assists. So any big takeaways from what we saw last night with the Pistons staving off elimination?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's what you hit on with the front court there. It's Jalen Duren that he finally kind of showed up here. I had mentioned this to Stormy. I mean, a guy that had a near 20-point per game average in the regular season, his point total prop, depending on where you looked yesterday, was 9.5 or 10.5. The market had really come down on Duren because he had not shown up at all in this series. And Paul Reed statistically had outperformed him in his time on the court. This is, I think, going to be how this goes. If the Pistons are going to be successful, not only in this series, but should they win and move on, it's going to be when Jalen Duren helps out. They need some sort of secondary offensive valve. They don't really have a lot in that backcourt. You got a game out of Karis LeVert at one point. You're getting little spot contributions here and there. But for the most part, you need Duren to show up. And so if he's going to put that effort again forward in Game 7 tomorrow, then I think you're going to be in a pretty good position if you're Detroit. But that, to me, is it. I mean, look, you mentioned the turnovers with Cade. The amount of possessions that go through him in a single game, I think you're going to live with that. It's almost like a pitcher who walks a lot of dudes but can also strike out at a really high rate. As long as you're eliminating dudes at the plate, then I think you can live with some of the walks. Same thing here. As long as you're facilitating and scoring, you can live with some of the turnovers. For Cade, it's been when the turnovers occur. Right? He's had 2 games in which he's committed 3 turnovers in clutch time that have been absolutely awful. So those are the things that have to change if you're Cade Cunningham.
Right now, JVT, as we look at it tomorrow night in Detroit, market sits at 4.5, kind of in line where we were. It's actually ticked up a little bit. Last night it was 4. The games in Detroit, 3.5. 4, and then the game that they lost, they were a 4-point favorite. So no real massive movement, maybe an uptick a little bit. Any feel right now on what you will be betting heading into tomorrow night?
I mean, I've been stubbornly Cleveland through the entire series and last night, and obviously that didn't really work out. So I am not one to back off of my positions. I don't know if you know this. I'm a somewhat stubborn person, Tim. So I will. Yeah. So I'll grind my heels into the dirt, and I'll see if maybe this gets a little bit higher. But I'll ask Cleveland to do it. I'll ask them to stay inside of this number, and I think they can. And eventually, if you come out of this series 4-3, then I guess it's a small win for you. But I think you can get this done. So Cleveland for me is going to be the side. I think their shooting they think they can figure their shooting out. You would assume Donovan Mitchell doesn't have the game that he did. It's funny. We started this series talking about Harden. Very quietly, it's been Donovan Mitchell who has kind of come up short, especially last night. Harden did what he needed to do from an efficiency standpoint. Mitchell, 6 of 20 ain't going to cut it. So maybe he's going to be out there and their shooting is going to correct itself finally, and they're going to be able to get this done.
There's part of me that thought about standing up and just going to shake hands. This has been a bit of a blowout of a show, and, we've been on for 2 hours and 20 minutes. I think I'm done. I think I'm good. Thinking about Anthony Edwards. So the Timberwolves can't get it done last night. They lose by 30, but we get the series that I think we all wanted when the bracket came out. All right, let's get us to San Antonio and Oklahoma City. I was texting with our buddy Jeff Sherman last night. I was curious what his number was going to be. He said 275 for Oklahoma City. We've seen a little bit of San Antonio money come in. Before we dive into all the nooks and crannies, just initial thought of this series price, where we're at right now. Oklahoma City around minus 260 now. So a little bit of love on San Antonio, who sits at plus 210.
I can understand if you wanted to come in on San Antonio, but I think one of the things that we should consider, and a lot of people like to run to the regular season, doesn't matter. It does. These matchups do have certain impact on what you're going to see in the postseason. Tim, I think you can make the argument Oklahoma City is better than when they faced San Antonio in the regular season. Think about what they just did, romping through the Western Conference to get to the Western Conference Finals, and the fact that you have this emergence of A.J. Mitchell, who has been absolutely fantastic for the Oklahoma City Thunder, and Jalen Williams has been sitting on the bench this entire time. We get the report yesterday that he is healthy going into the Western Conference Finals, so it sounds like we'll see him on Monday. So now a team that has developed this third option on offense. Oh, by the way, we have an all-pro guy coming back here on Monday that's going to help us out too. I think the other thing that is really going to be worth watching over the course of a best of 7, not that the Spurs are going to get blown out in this series, the San Antonio shooting has been fickle at best. You have these nights where they're going to shoot like 45% from 3, and you're going to have these nights where they shoot under 30%. You've got to be consistent 4 out of 7 times. Can they actually do that? Because if their jump shots aren't falling, well, the paint gets really clogged up, and this is already such a good team in Oklahoma City defensively at cutting off the rim, at cutting off the painted area. They're going to allow San Antonio to shoot. They're going to dare them to shoot and tell them, look, if you could beat us by doing what actually the Mavericks did to us 2 years ago, right, when P.J. Washington turned into freaking Ray Allen for 4 games, then I guess that we're going to live with that. But I think that this is a series that, if you look at this from OKC's perspective, pricing wise, it's probably right where it should be. But I would expect that the Thunder are going to be able to win this thing and move on.
Yeah. And right now you can get Oklahoma City minus 1.5 games at even money. San Antonio plus 1.5 games at minus 120. Total games sitting at 5.5, minus 160 to the over. Just your feel right now of different ways that you're looking to maybe attack this series. You do like the Thunder? Are you looking to lay the 260? Yep. You're going to look a little bit in exact series prices. What's your initial inclination of how to potentially attack this Western Conference Finals?
Yeah, I thought OKC minus 1.5 games at even money was the way to look, or maybe even a little bit better. Look, I think that that when you look at San Antonio, how effective they can be, the upside of their individual best player in Victor Wembanyama, that I'm not going to throw them out and say that they're going to get swept in this series or beat up. But asking a team that you think is better to win in 6 games, I think is more than fair here when you look at what the Thunder have in front of them. And I'll play the simpleton for a second and say, with the way that OKC has priced him, how often are you going to see a plus price on a series spread like that for this Oklahoma City team in their current iteration, even if it's 105 or even money? I think that San Antonio is going to give them a fight game to game, maybe even be a good ATS option throughout. But I do think that Oklahoma City can get this thing done in 6 games.
He's Jonathan Von Tobel at me, JVT. Money Moves. Check it out every weekday here on the network. He and Stormy Bonatoni. JVT, always appreciate it, man.
Good to see you, buddy.
There he is, Jonathan Von Tobel, giving us his insight on the NBA postseason. Hey, just a reminder, folks, we've got a deal going on over at vsin.com. We're already slashing the price on our yearly subscription, and we're throwing in 2 months for free. So 14 months for $199. That's less than 50 cents a day. The promo code is PRO. You get daily best bets from VSiN hosts and guests, real-time DraftKings and Circa betting splits, 24/7 video and full show replays on the VSiN Watch app, as well as all of our betting guides for every major sport throughout the year. So head to vsin.com/subscribe, promo code PRO. The PGA Championship, third round underway. Wes Reynolds joins us next to break it down.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, it's Bill from VSiN. You may know me as the guy who writes the VSiN Daily Newsletter, but I'm also one of VSiN's owners. If you're a business owner like I am, you need to reach customers ready to spend, right? VSiN talks to millions of engaged sports fans every month.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work.
Sorry, I'm late.
Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working.
Who, me?
Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Is that a faucet running? That's not a faucet. That's a river rushing through the forest. Forest rivers provide over 100 million people with clean water to drink.
What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum.
That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest, cleaning up the air we breathe.
I didn't know the trees were so amazing.
Yep, and the forest gives us shade, trees to climb.
That's awesome. Let's go explore some more.
Visit the forest today and enjoy all it does, just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, "Mom, we'll figure it out."
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
Tweedleson will help you break it down as well. How about Kyle Schwarber? What he's done over this last run. 9 homers in his last 8 games. Anyone who had the Pirates yesterday, whew, buddy, that's a rough one to take on the chin. 6-0 lead, and they lose 11-9 in extra innings. Kyle Schwarber, 2 homers. If you're wondering what his homer prop is for today, plus 216. So pretty low number for an anytime homer prop. All right, let's head to our progressive guest line as the PGA Championship is already underway. How about Justin Rose and the performance that we've seen for Justin Rose here? And is that an indicator of what is to come today? And I'm glad to have Wes Reynolds on to help us break it down. So, Wes, as we sit here and watch these early, golfers, it's funny. I joked last hour. Usually when we've got the early rounds of major, I don't even pay attention because what are they going to do? But some of these guys are making charges up the leaderboard because the difference between the cut line and the leader was only 8 strokes. So as what you've seen so far today, is this an indicator of we're going to see some low scores out of Ronnemink today?
I hate to say it, Tim, but your guess might be as good as mine because I think that we were expecting maybe that we were going to get calmer conditions a little bit this morning because the wind's not blowing as much. And that's fairly typical that, you get some guys out there and they'll shoot an early low number because, the wind's not blowing as hard, those guys with the really early tee times. But looking at the forecast, we're supposed to get some of the wind that we saw over the last couple days. But in terms of the setup, by the way, this Ronnemink 73.94 from the tips, it's about mid 7,100 yards now playing today. So it's playing substantially shorter. Some of the pins, though, are still going to be difficult, but I felt today they might want it a little bit more scoring. Maybe they're going to be sensitive to some of the complaints that they got, especially from some of the star players. But I personally think the setup has been fair, and I think it's been great. And this is playing very much like a U.S. Open with 4 under par as your leader after 36.
So you mentioned some of the bigger names, and the biggest name in the sport, Scotty Scheffler. I wouldn't say he was, doing what some NBA coaches do post-game, but he was talking about the pin placement yesterday, wasn't thrilled about it. So, Wes, what do you expect to see from Scotty today? I thought, and I mentioned it earlier in the hour, I had Steve Sands on, and he said, what's unusual is that Scotty's MO this year has been poor Thursday, good Friday, Saturday, Sunday. He had a good Thursday, but a poor Friday. Do you think he reverts back to what we've seen most of this year, which is really good on Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah, I think he's going to be a factor all weekend, but it's not, I think, a foregone conclusion that he's going to win this thing because you're still seeing as close as 4-1 to win this. And I think it's just because the leaderboard is so condensed, right? You have 20-plus guys that are in red figures, and you have some other big names up there. You have Matsuyama. You have Cameron Young. You have Cantlay. You have some guys that have kind of played their way into this thing. And even somebody like Rory, seeing what Justin was doing today, is only 5 back. So there's so many guys in contention that it's hard to pick one guy and say, okay, that's the guy that's going to win as we head into Saturday.
Joining us right now, Wes Reynolds. You could read his insight heading into week 3. I've got football on the mind already. Round 3. Joining us, you could check that out on vsin.com. So as you assess the data and you now look at how the course is playing, is there anyone that you're looking to add to your car from an outright standpoint that you didn't already have, Wes?
I think Matsuyama in the mid-teens might be a worthy add. He went out early on Friday and shot 67. That wasn't the low round. That was Chris Gotterup, who is going to be paired with him in the penultimate second-to-last pairing this afternoon. But Matsuyama, proven major champion, and if it comes down to iron play, he's certainly going to be right up there in contention. But we know that the greens have been the story, really, for the first 2 days of this championship because there's so many contours. They're big greens, they're easy to hit, but they're not easy to hold. And that's where I think Matsuyama, the short game, especially around the green, his scrambling, that's what's going to probably come into play. So he would be the one if I were to pinpoint one guy to add, because I've got a few lurkers here with Cantlay and with Cameron Young and with Kurt Kitayama and Ludwig Aubert as well. So they're all within 2 or 3 of the lead. But Matsuyama, I think, could be a very dangerous man today with some of these pin placements.
Over at vsin.com, you've logged a couple of head-to-head matchups. Let's get to the 2 leaders. They'll be playing together, Alex Smalley, Maverick McNeely. Who do you have in a head-to-head matchup today, McNeely or Smalley?
Yeah, I like Mav here, and he's, I believe, minus 125 at DraftKings, and that's pretty much market consensus. And Alex Smalley, to his credit, has been playing really good golf over the last couple months. So he has elevated his game. Clearly, he was runner-up in that team event down at the Zurich Classic of New Orleans, and kind of a traditional top 20, top 30 machine, just makes cuts, and that's all he does. But he's never been in this position where, okay, you're the co-leader in a major championship. And McNeely hasn't in a major either, but McNeely's won a couple times on the tour. And I think it's maybe the putting that could regress for Alex Smalley. He's gained about 5.7 strokes through 36 holes. That's the best 36-hole stretch he's had since the year 2000, or 2020, I should say. But so I think that's going to regress a little bit. And Mav, really, who's one of the more consistent and better putters on tour, you know, he's done okay. He's gained a little bit, but he hasn't, like, lived off his putter like Smalley or Potgieter, who is 1 back at 3 under par. Those guys have been living off the putting. And I think that's tough to hold up at a major championship on these greens over 4 days.
You know, Wes, do you ever think, does Smalley look in the mirror and ask if he's good enough, if he's smart enough, and if people like him?
Well, I think people like him. He seems like a very nice guy, but I don't know. He probably, and I think that's a fair point, Tim, he probably has that doubt a little bit, because it's like, I've never been in this position in a major championship. He actually doesn't have a win on the PGA Tour, just always a consistently good player. And that tells you how deep the PGA Tour is, because you have so many guys that are capable of winning, but just maybe don't get it done or can't get it done in the end. So it is kind of like, I'm from Missouri, so you got to show me here, and that's what Alex Smalley is going to have to do this afternoon.
I don't know. Is he related to Stewart? I don't know. The fictional character. All right. A couple other matchups that you logged over at vsin.com/picks. As always, head to the website to check out the best bets. This one's already underway, so we'll skip that. Shane Lowry, Brian Campbell. I believe neither has teed it up just yet. Who do you like in that matchup?
That was actually one of the early tee times, and that looks like it's going to be Shane Lowry. But there is one that's about to tee off. I like Patrick Reed over Ha Tong Lee. And Patrick Reed, of course, shot the only bogey-free round on Thursday, was 2 under, gave a couple back on the back 9 late yesterday to finish it even. And Patrick Reed, you know, he's always kind of dangerous, because if it goes into a scrambling or a putting game, he's still one of the best in the world, even though he was out of sight, out of mind, playing on LIV. Now he's mostly playing on the DP World Tour this season, and because he doesn't have a PGA Tour membership until late August. So since the Masters, when he finished T12, and he's been, you know, pretty well rested. And Ha Tong Lee, as we saw in the Masters, and you saw it a little bit yesterday, Ha Tong can hit it all over the place. And he can get into some very, very dangerous spots, like where he'll be 50 yards off the fairway on another hole, or in the deep jungle, in the deep trees here. So I worry a little bit about that. I'm going with a more consistent player. So Patrick Reed over Ha Tong Lee is another matchup I played today.
All right, Wes, 45 seconds here. Cam Young, a guy that many people liked heading into this tournament, plus 950. What do you think about Cam Young this weekend?
Yeah, I like his chances, and he was a pre-tournament bet, and he's been good to me this year. Hit him in both of his wins at the Players and also at Doral a couple weeks ago for the Cadillac Championship. Then this is the last frontier for him to finally win a major. He's been the best player in the world, I think, over the last 2 months, and this is the weekend to show it. Maybe he finally gets that first major championship, and I think he's going to be right in the mix at least until the end.
Wes, just so you know, 105 days till college football starts for your defending national champion Indiana Hoosiers. But until then, let's get some golf winners home. Much appreciated, sir. We'll talk to you soon.
You bet, Tim. Thanks for having me.
There he is, Wes Reynolds, joining us courtesy of our progressive guest line. Hey, folks, just a reminder, we got the Preakness this later today. If you're looking for live streaming and replays for nearly any thoroughbred, harness, or greyhound track out there, check out RTN.TV, the Racetrack Television Network. RTN has more HD content than any other streaming service that is available on TVs, PCs, tablets, smartphones, Roku, and Amazon Fire. Just head to RTN.TV. Use the promo code VSIN to get your first 5 days free.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In sports betting, the edge doesn't wait. Lines move, limits change, injuries break. Spot Odds gives serious bettors real-time visibility across more than 100 sportsbooks. Track odds, monitor limits, react before the market catches up. Legendary bettor Billy Walters said it best. Spot Odds is hands down the best sports odds service there is today. Visit spotodds.com and use code VSIN for 10% off.
Your favorite VSiN shows and personalities are now available to download as podcasts. Catch every hour of our live broadcast with VSiN Best Bets, or find your go-to show and download it directly. Get instant reactions to last night's games.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
talking to Dustin Sweetelson just a moment ago, literally seconds ago. And I think he just gave me an idea for the VSiN College Football Betting Podcast. Who will be a Heisman ticket that you're going to bet, you know it's going to break your heart, but you're going to do it anyway? I think there's a lot of options. I spent a lot of time last hour talking about that. Last year, going into the year, I got triple digits on Devin Dampier, triple digits on Damon Williams. Neither one really got all that close. You know what's pretty wild? And I think back to 2 years ago. I'm not going to spend this whole segment on college football, even though you know I would. I bet Nico Iamaleava to win the Heisman Trophy 2 years ago at 16-1. He's 100-1 to win the Heisman Trophy this year. I will say UCLA, I got to do a little bit more of a dive. I mean, Bob Chesney, is there more of a perfect dude with his suave hair and his sunglasses to coach the team in Los Angeles? So I don't know. That's a good question Dustin posed. He's got one. I don't want to steal his thunder. He can talk about it on his show coming up top of the hour. But I'm going to steal that segment. I'm gonna dive into that because I think you could make a lot of cases for a lot of different quarterbacks and some that are a little further down the board. So I love that. I love that question. I love that discussion to have. But we got a lot of business to get into today. PGA Championship is underway in the third round. We've seen some really strong third round performances so far. How about Chris Kirk and Justin Rose through 11 holes, both 5 under for the day and both now T9. Pretty rare that you see someone from the early portion of the third round move their way into the top 10, but kind of feels like that's the way it's going to be today and maybe tomorrow. So Maverick McNeely and Alex Smalley, they are your co-leaders at 4 under. They'll tee off this afternoon at 2:40. Just heard from Wes Reynolds. He likes Maverick McNeely in a matchup against Alex Smalley. But what about Chris Gotterup? Chris Gotterup is a guy we talked about last night on the show, and Matt Humans added him to his card last night. I believe he was 14-1 to start the day. Gotterup plus 1325 right now at DraftKings. And Chris Gotterup, a 72 in the first round, but a 65 yesterday. And he talked about his maturity on this course as he's a bomber, but his maturity to not just go all out every single time on the tee.
Yeah, I think there's a certain, especially around here, there's a certain aspect of creativity that's needed. Even if it's a generic shot, if it's blown 30 off the right, you got to be able to craft something that is manageable to get it in the middle of the green. And I feel like I've gotten a lot better since turning pro at being okay with hitting it to 30 feet, being a good shot. And I think there's a lot of that out here. So I think, there's a lot of aspects of being patient, and I feel like I've gotten better at that, but also just being creative and being willing to execute a shot that might, you might not try and pull off, in a normal week when you're hitting 4-iron from 190 out here and you're trying to cut it 20 yards to try to hold it up against the wind. It's something that I've gotten used to playing in more wind, and it doesn't make it any easier to execute, but you just gotta, you have to, same thing. You gotta be in the moment to hit those shots. And I've been in a couple of those and hit it. So hopefully keep doing that.
Gotterup will start his third round at 2:30. He's in the penultimate group today with Hideki Matsuyama. Matsuyama, a 67 yesterday. Both Gotterup and Matsuyama, very strong second rounds. I did add some Gotterup. I had no bets heading into the PGA Championship. Part of it was I got smoked in the Masters and wanted to kind of see how this played out. So added 3, nothing too crazy, but added a little Scotty Scheffler, a little Chris Gotterup, and a little Cameron Young. So, yeah, some of the chalk heading into today. I'm sure someone way down the board is gonna take this PGA Championship by storm. But look, Scotty Scheffler, the way that he's played on weekends this year, even a dope like me can realize, maybe we take a shot at a guy who's only 2 back of the leader heading into the third round today. But Justin Rose, Chris Kirk, very good starts to the day. Michael Kim as well. He did have a double bogey on 10, but just had an eagle on 13. Michael Kim's day is pretty wild. He's got 6 birdies, 2 bogeys, a double bogey, and now an eagle on 13. So Michael Kim all over the place on his round today. He is currently 1 under for the tournament and 4 under for the day. So you got the PGA Championship going on. We got a full slate of baseball rivalry games, some really good pitching matchups, including Christopher Sanchez and Jacob deGrom going out there. And after they saw Cam Schlittler last night put out the performance that he did, I know it's May, but you look at Jacob deGrom in the American League, and then you think about, okay, for Christopher Sanchez, what Paul Skeens did this week, what Jacob Mizorowski did this week, what Shohei Ohtani did this week, the Cy Young race, once again, it's May, but dang, it looks like it's going to be quite the race, especially in the National League. We'll get to that here in just a moment. But we do have the Preakness today, and Drew Dinsick joined the show earlier. He likes the 12 horse, Incredibolt to put on top of his card. Let's hear from Chris the Bear Felica yesterday from a numbers game on what he's looking to bet in the Preakness. All right. All right.
If you do like one of the shorter shots, I like Iron Honor, the best of all of the short prices. All the Chad Brown's horses that really are bet in the Preakness have tended to run well. He won the Gotham last year as a 2-year-old. He was the beaten favorite, or I should say earlier this year, as a 3-year-old. He won the Gotham. Then he was the beaten favorite in the Wood, and he drew a brutal post in the Wood Memorial all the way outside. Taking blinkers off tells me that Chad Brown thinks Flavien Prat can get this horse to relax, expecting a speed duel. So if you're looking to fool around with a trifecta key or an exacta key box, maybe putting the number 9 horse Iron Honor in there, first and second in the exacta, in first, second, third in the try, expecting him to hit the board and play around with a couple of long shots around him. Like I said, maybe the 5 Talkin, maybe the 11 Corona d'Oro, maybe the 1 Taj Mahal if he does run well, the 12 Incredibolt, the other horse coming in from the Derby who I think could run well. But yeah, I would be willing to take a stand here and try and occupy those exotics with a couple of price horses. All right,
so there you go, Chris Felica. Some long shots there. This is the card that Drew Dinsick settled on earlier today. The 12 on top, Incredibolt. He also likes the 2, 5, and 10 underneath. So Oselli, Talkin, and Napoleon Solo underneath. So that was what Drew Dinsick looked at. He did not like Taj Mahal, who he felt like was a bit overvalued, as I have now coined the Miami of Ohio of the Preakness. Taj Mahal, who has exclusively raced at Laurel, has had success. Great story, but the level of competition, as we played you a clip from VSiN at the Track, the podcast with Mike Somich and Aaron Halterman about Taj Mahal. Speaking of which, Mike Somich will be back later today with a special edition of VSiN at the Track, Road to the Preakness Stakes. That'll be coming up at 6 p.m. Eastern time. The other game today of importance on the ice. How about Game 6 between the Montreal Canadiens and the Buffalo Sabres? And I'm going to take a shot here. Probably going to hate myself. I'm going to go full game under. DraftKings -125, under 6.5. You look at this series, it has been pretty much an over series. The first period over has hit in every single game. It probably won't hit today, but I'm not going to agonize over that one because that was a pretty ugly loss that I took on Thursday night as they scored 5 goals in the first period. But I'll take full game under 6.5 in that one, -125 at DraftKings. We'll see. The market might bet this thing up. You're starting to see some other markets get to a very juice 6 right now. Some -125 overs out there on the total. So looking forward to that one tonight, the Bell Center. We got a Game 7 tomorrow, Cavaliers and Pistons, and Thunder and Spurs start on Monday night. I'll be back on VSiN Primetime on Monday evening to break down that, take a look at some best bets. But for today, give me the Montreal Canadiens under 6.5. Canadian Sabres under 6.5. All right, that's going to do it for our show. By the way, Greg Wyshynski, who joined us earlier in the program, he does like the Sabres tonight. Thinks there will be a Game 7 in that series. Thanks to Greg Wyshynski. Thanks to Steve Sands, Drew Dinsick, Wes Reynolds, Jonathan Von Tobel. Thanks to our entire production team here at VSiN. Coming up next, you've got Matt Brown and Dustin Sweetelson on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey folks, it's Tim Murray from the College Football Betting Podcast, and recently I was joined by handicapper
Hey,
Brad
Dad,
Towers.
your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
The Sports Betting Network.
Hey, it's Race Bet here on a Saturday, VSiN the Sports Betting Network. Matt Brown, Dustin Sweetelson here on the desk with me for the next 3 hours. Samich will join us to talk the ponies, but he gets his own special show. Again,
well, it's a big day for Mike Samich, although I don't know if it's a big day for horse racing.
Yes, I'm sure there's an interesting take to be had by everybody there in that one.
I guess here's the thing, though. When the waters are muddy, maybe that's where you do your best work. It's where you find the best value, where you do your best handicapping, because while there may not be the buzz and the intrigue, guess what? Tickets still cash the same, and because 14 horses in this field, we don't know who the best one really is. That may mean there's some fun to be had from Mike Samich. You and I are not going to have. We're just going to guess based on names.
Yes.
But Mike Samich probably has some pretty good winners today.
Yeah, we'll see. And it's for the sport in general, unfortunate because it does really let some of the air out of the balloon. But that's a conversation for another day. Jeff Erickson also going to join us here on the program as well. We'll get his thoughts on everything going on in basketball, baseball, and everything in between. And golf is going on already over there in the PGA Championship. There are some decent scores out on the course. There are also some bad scores out there on the course. They put out the pin placements early this morning. Dustin, I looked at them and I was like, okay, they did not make this a little bit more playable for these guys. Like I assumed.
What is going on?
Yeah, like I assumed that they were going to maybe, after they struggled so much the last couple of days in this jumbled leaderboard, that maybe we would see some pin placements that would be a little bit more favorable to these guys. But then you look at the outline and it's like, no, they did not do that at all. So it'll be interesting to see this afternoon as it does become, a little bit firmer, a little bit faster, how these guys are able to handle this. Because if you guys didn't look, go to the PGA, go to the PGA Tour Twitter account and all this. I mean, it's impossible.
But here's my question is what was the motivation for this? Because obviously we know the U.S. Open, that's how they operate. They want chaos. They want it to be next to near impossible for you to have a successful day or a weekend, I should say. Why are we doing this with the U.S. Open right now?
Yeah, I have absolutely.
Oh, that's good.
I have absolutely no clue what's going on with this tournament.
Just for clarity, then, we touched on horse racing having issues, golf having issues. We've got baseball with 2 games in our 3-hour window having issues. We've got the NBA, which we'll get to. There were plenty of issues last night with one of the games where I saw something that I never thought would happen with 8 minutes to go there. You know what? People like to tell you sports are great. Kind of a weird time for sports.
Sports has some making up to do with us today. No doubt about that. We'll get into the PGA and we'll monitor it along. There are a couple of low rounds going on out there. There are also some bigger rounds as well. But let's get to what we saw last night, Dustin. We'll start off Pistons Cavs, game number 6. That was a loser for me. I laid it with the Cavs. I thought with what we saw there, those 3 games in a row, and honestly, with Cade having to do everything for this Pistons team, and it looked like as if this Cavs team had really started to play well together, and of course they go out and decide that is actually not who this team is. It is still the team that has a lot of warts on it, and you see Donovan Mitchell's performance up and down all series long. You see all the stuff going on with James Harden, reeks its ugly head again last night with all of that. And when it's all said and done, we're going to get a game 7 in the series.
Pistons 21-point victory in a game 6 on the road. It's the largest ties, a 66-year-old record. St. Louis Hawks beat the Minneapolis Lakers 117-96 in a 1960 West Division Finals. So trailing 3-2, they force a game 7. And I got to give credit to the Pistons because this thing was so Cade Cunningham-centric. You needed someone else to step up here. You finally got a spurt from Jalen Duren. But more importantly, J.B. Bickerstaff. A couple really interesting wrinkles. One, Paul Reed. We've been calling for it for a few games now. You got to get him more involved. This is a dude that is aggressive, who makes plays, who makes things happen. And that's all you're seeing every time he's on the floor. He touches the basketball. They are more successful as a team, and they're desperate for secondary scoring outside of Cunningham. Duncan Robinson off the bench gives you 14 points as well. I really like the addition of Dennis Jenkins into the starting lineup so you can play him alongside Cade Cunningham. I thought Bickerstaff, who spent a lot of time complaining about the refs after last game, I was worried, man. I thought there was a chance they just lay down and die because of the style at which they lost. Got to give them a lot of credit. And at the end of this, you have to question who is the mentally tougher team. I know Cleveland is better in terms of talent, but Matt, if I forced you, which team do you believe is mentally tougher? Because that's the team who will prevail in Game 7.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a complete change of mindset for me after watching that game last night. I thought a lot of what you just said. I thought that maybe the Pistons, you go in, you get the 2-0 lead, you lose 3 in a row, you drop that one at home with a team that has not been all that competitive on the road, and I'm like, okay, that's going to be the end of it. It was a good run. They're so Cade dependent. That's all they're going to be able to do. You said, just like you said, you get the Duran stuff last night, you get the turnovers from Harden yet again, you get the Donovan Mitchell performance where at times he looks like the best player in the NBA, and then at other times he looks like he's a sixth man. Like, it's just the craziest up and down with Donovan Mitchell that you have, and you realize kind of the Jekyll and Hyde nature of this Cavs team, which is how you end up with a game last night.
I mean, if you want to win a regular season, you go get James Harden. You want to have him join Donovan Mitchell? Here's the unfortunate part. He's going to rub off on him a little bit. So James Harden, 3rd all-time in playoff turnovers after he has another game with more turnovers than field goals made. He had 8 turnovers. He had 6 field goals made in the game. He's now 4-14 in Game 6s, the second worst record in Game 6 in NBA playoff history. Donovan Mitchell, 6-20 from the field. He's now 1-6 straight up in Game 6s. He hasn't won a Game 6 since April 2018. He's also 5-7 in closeout games. And oh, by the way, the Cavs were a worse team with him on the floor last night.
Oh, yeah. And then Schroeder comes in. Oh, let's see if we can get a spark out of him. 0 for 4 from the floor, 3 turnovers in 15 minutes. Like, thanks for that. Thanks for that effort there.
Yeah, and Detroit did a really good job of turning turnovers into points. So Cavaliers had 20 turnovers, turned into 28 points by the Pistons. Pistons also converted 13 offensive rebounds into 20 points. Yeah. I was told Evan Mobley and Jarrett Allen were a dominating force underneath the basket. Did they not eat their Wheaties yesterday? I'm not sure what went on because they should be having their lunch taken by that front court for the Pistons.
Yeah, it is an interesting thought here for me because I was pretty sure that this was going to be the Cavs moving on. I do not think so now.
No, it has nothing to do with basketball, right, Matt?
Yeah.
Like they're the better team. They're the deeper team.
It's just unbelievable. Now, the team that I did think was going to advance, and at least we got 1-1 last night in the NBA, the San Antonio Spurs get it done huge. They're 30-point winners there against Minnesota. Odd Ant dapping up the other team with several minutes left in the game, which is just like,
hold on.
What are you doing?
Hold on. I had over 26.5 points on Anthony Edwards. The main handicap was season's over. You got to lay it all on the line. Apparently, it was just lay down and let them roll over you with 8 minutes to go. I don't know if I've ever seen that in sports. Like,
not that early. Yeah, there was still like 8 minutes left in the game.
And also, if San Antonio was up so big, then they were going to put in their scrubs. No offense to those guys and their families. But isn't that the opportunity to make a run and make things interesting? Like, what if in all of history, if Winston Churchill, if all these great leaders in war were like, you know what? There's 8 minutes to go. We're just going to give them our country. What would the map look like today?
I was sitting there going, am I seeing this? Like, am I actually seeing what I'm seeing right now?
Also, you have the post game to shake their hands. Like, we actually have allocated situations where this is kind of tradition that when the game and the series is over, you both meet, you shake hands, you congratulate them, you move on. You didn't have to do it in the middle of a game. I need more explanations as to what exactly he was thinking. As someone who bet his over point prop, I was highly disappointed, but like, I'm offended as someone who appreciates competitiveness because I keep getting told Anthony Edwards is the next Michael Jordan. Hate to tell you guys, I don't see it.
I wouldn't see Jordan doing that. That's for sure. All 5 Spurs starters in double figures. You get a huge game out of Castle. You get a Wemby game where he only had to play 27 minutes. And so this is going to be a Spurs team that is a big dog heading into Oklahoma City. That being said, you get Vic, who didn't have to play a full workload last night. He got ejected, so he didn't have to play that game either. Like, it's kind of like the best of a bad scenario for this Spurs team because your superstar is kind of rested. Like, I mean, he didn't have to get stressed in this thing.
No. Yeah, it's a really good point. And if you look at the scores, the margin of victory is absurd if you take away the game where Wemby was ejected, right? Where Minnesota won. The margin of victory, San Antonio dominated this series. Don't get it twisted here. Minnesota put up a good fight after beating Denver in the first couple games, but they were nowhere to be seen when it mattered. You got to give San Antonio, a young team, a lot of credit because we keep getting told that in the NBA, you have to get over the hump, right? You have to get there and get knocked down and get there and get knocked down. I don't think that counts when you got a 7'7" dude who can block a million shots, who's all over the floor, makes an impact on both ends. And oh, by the way, they also have surrounded him with some very good, versatile two-way players who also are really good on both ends of the floor. Spurs went on a 20-0 run in the first 4 minutes and 51 seconds of the second quarter. They never looked back. Julius Randle and Rudy Gobert in elimination loss combined for 3 points, 1 of 12 from the field. I love Dylan Harper. I love Stephon Castle. Even Champagnie and guys like that have really stepped up in the playoffs. San Antonio's got something for OKC.
Cleveland and Detroit game 7 will be 4.5 as we sit right now in favor of Detroit at home. 205.5 to 206.5 out there in the market from a total perspective. And then San Antonio and Oklahoma City game number 1. It is out to 7 behind us out here at circa 6.5 across the industry everywhere else. 218.5 to 219 the total there in that one. I'm such a San Antonio mark that I cannot handicap this series accurately without my heart being in it. So I don't know. I might have to sit this thing out.
Well, here's the thing. Had San Antonio and Minnesota gone game 7, I was going to be all over Oklahoma City. But the Spurs ending it when they did, how they did, I'm considering taking them. Let's go back to the regular season. They had their number. And right, as someone who is a Knicks backer who has them to win the title at 15-1, I would love nothing more than San Antonio to take down Oklahoma City, because to me, that would be a fun championship.
We'll not only talk horses with Samish, we'll get to his hockey thoughts as well. We still have to go over went on in the Diamond yesterday. Some interesting stuff out there in Major League Baseball. And, of course, we'll check in over there on the PGA Championship. Just getting started here. Ready, set, bet here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-939-2525. That's 800-939-2525. 800-939-2525.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
VSiN by the books with Dave Ross and Jensen Lewis.
You could make the case that the ultimate chaos candidate in the National League resides right there in Milwaukee, a team that doesn't have just massive star power left, right, and center.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Are you ready to hit the gridiron and make your mark? The Cleveland Cobras are recruiting players and coaches for the upcoming Premier Amateur Football League season. We're looking for passion, grit, and the relentless drive to win. Whether you're a seasoned vet or hungry rookie, your shot starts now. Join a brotherhood, build a legacy, strike with the Cobras. Follow us on Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football, or for league information, visit TAFLfootball.com to get started today. Team, pride, Cobras.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Got our VSiN Watch app, terrestrial stations across this great country of ours. Now, we are a forward-looking show, but there is stuff to take from the day before for sure. And over on Major League Baseball, you go over and let's just start with this Pirates and Phillies game in which the Phillies rally, get this thing done. 3 in the top of the 9th, 3 in the top of the 10th. But I kind of want to start with Kyle Schwarber and his, 20th home run of the season already. And it's a deal where you're going to look and you're going to say, yeah, dude, he's hitting 237. But Schwarber has changed the way that we look at the value of a player because his OBP is 365. And so while there's a lot of swing and miss in the bat, when he does hit it, it goes a very long way, and he is willing to take a walk. And a walk is as good as a single. So, do we really care that he's not hitting a bunch of singles? I don't think we care that he's not hitting a bunch of singles.
No, I'll go a step further. I brought this up when I was in on a numbers game. By the way, we tag teamed a numbers game this week.
Yeah.
But I was looking at Schwarber 18-1 for NL MVP. He's down to 11-1. And when I'm looking at that market, obviously, if you're fading Shohei, you're going to need something crazy. Yeah. I'm going to need stats that just jump off the page because Shohei, by the way, he's coming down. He was minus 330. Yeah. He's minus 285. And just because you pitch and hit doesn't mean you automatically get the award, okay? At some point, we have to look at other options. The problem is there's no one that really stands out. I'm not betting Matt Olson at 7.5-1. He wins the award. Congratulations, Matt. You got the best of me. Kyle Schwarber, Ellie De La Cruz, they make sense to me. De La Cruz, because the numbers across the board could be crazy. He's someone who could go 40-40.
Easy. But I think 30-30 is almost a given for him this year.
I agree. I have him 30-1. I'd bet him again at 22-1. Schwarber is intriguing on this note. Because you need crazy stats, if there was anyone in baseball who could hit 70 home runs, it's Kyle Schwarber. Kyle Schwarber hit 65-plus home runs. He's in the conversation for MVP. He has literally picked up this Philadelphia team by the bootstraps, helped them just kind of jaunt back into respectability over the last few weeks. I think because of that, because of the power numbers, because it'll jump off the page, he's someone you have to consider. Have I bet it yet? No. But at 11-1, it does appear we're only getting shorter with Schwarbs.
Yeah, no, I am 100% with you on the fact that it's gonna take an outlier, but if Schwarber hits 60-plus or Ellie De La Cruz goes 35-35 or 40-40, whatever it might be, these are real discussions to be had because Shohei's hitting 240. And the other thing is Shohei might actually play his way into us being able to make a case for everybody else because he might really be in the Cy Young talk. And if that's the case, it's so much easier for me and you who want to give Shohei an award and go, you know what? We cannot give him the MVP this year because we can give him the Cy Young.
And he's also not hitting when he pitches. Yeah. So think about that. Over the course of the season, that's 25 less games that he's hitting, and he's also not hitting that well, so less of a chance to make up for all of that. I totally agree. I have Ohtani 25-1 from the preseason for the National League Cy Young. We did it over on Cashing Out, and I still think he's going to be in the mix there because voters want to give him the award. Now, in terms of the MVP market, though, just because we're on that, I've made the case for the last couple weeks here. People think I'm kind of crazy. And it's the favorite for Cy Young, Paul Skeens. I do think he was 100-1. He's now like 65, 70-1. I think it'd be very ironic if Paul Skeens won MVP and Shohei Ohtani won your Cy Young this year in the NL.
Yeah, listen, if a pitcher was going to do it, if you look at what Skeens has done since basically that opening day, which again, gets tagged for 5 earned. It was really 2 earned.
It was not his fault.
Two misplayed balls that get count as earned runs because we do this stupid grading system in baseball where it's like, well, you didn't touch it, so it's not an error. It's like, yeah, but he ran in when he should have ran out. Like, what do you mean? Like,
he didn't do his job and screwed up. Yeah. And Paul Skeens is somehow on the. Yeah. I remember Skeens leaving the game just being like, "What do you want?" Like, I
got a fly out.
I'm fine.
The guy ran in and set out. Kyle Schwarber, leading the majors in homers by 4, by the way, has 35 RBI, which is 5th in Major League Baseball. So, again, start to keep this stuff in the back of your head. Leading in home runs, top 5 in RBI, probably going to lead the league in home runs, probably going to be top 5 in RBI. There's all kinds of crazy stuff.
He's still plus $1.10 to lead. That's crazy. And he's still plus money. I mean, that's just because Aaron Judge, the respect for Judge, because after that, it's a huge jump to 13-1 or higher.
Yeah, man. I really like the Schwarber angle. I really like the Ellie angle. I don't know about anybody else now that we've had Juan Soto get hurt and all of that, and he's not going to play as many games as everybody else. Like, I don't know for sure about Soto. I think he was on pace to maybe at least put himself in the conversation.
Sure.
But I do like the fact that we're talking about the outlier scenario because Shohei's an outlier. He does pitch and hit, and he does both of them pretty well. So you do need a crazy performance, 40-40, 65-plus home runs, something like that is what we're talking about.
Yeah, there just isn't really a sexy name that's coming up that's making a difference. And it's early, right? We're going to need the playoff picture to be a little bit more clear to really like make the case for those guys who have helped catapult the team into that conversation. That's why I keep coming back to Skeens. I think there's a world where Skeens sweeps both awards. Pirates make the playoffs with where that organization was prior to Paul Skeens, the narrative on what he's accomplished, how he's taken them into a different stratosphere. If they somehow win that division, which I don't think is crazy, it's not likely, but it's not crazy. If they were to win the Central, Paul Skeens is your MVP. Simple as that to me.
Yeah, and that would probably mean that Don Kelly wins Manager of the Year, which I'm on. So I would really like that to happen. I'm glad that I hope that you manifest that into existence. So we do have the PGA Championship going on over here. There are guys who are out on the course here early on a Saturday that actually are now towards the top of the leaderboard because everything was so incredibly jumbled that you didn't really have to do a ton to make your name felt here, your presence felt. Chris Kirk is now T3 because he has a 6-under round going on out there. He's 3 under. So yes, he started the day 3 over and has now jumped all the way to T3 to kind of let you know where this leaderboard was heading into today. Justin Rose, 5 under. Ben Griffin's a couple under. Nikolai Højgaard finished his round at 4 under. So there are a lot of under. Now, I will say, you can go to the bottom. There was an 11 over out on the course today as well.
Yikes.
5 overs, several 4 overs and 3 overs and 2 overs. So it's not like it's playing easy, but I do think this morning wave, these guys are getting a little bit of still those softer conditions, Dustin, but it's supposed to heat up today over there in a suburb of Philadelphia. It is supposed to get a little bit more baked out on these greens. And like I said, these green positions, these flag positions are absolutely diabolical today. So I do wonder what these guys in the afternoon are really going to be able to do, which kind of always brings you back to the cream of the crop. And and so it's like you see the Alex Smalleys and the Mav McNeelys at the top and all of that. It's like, yeah, but Aldrich Potgieter, and that's a great story. He's only 21, all of this stuff. But you really go back, and if this thing starts to play really, really, really tough, don't you look at your Ludwigs and your Scotties and Justin Thomases and Cam Youngs. I do,
Ludwig's minus 118 to finish top 10.
Right.
That's a guy I've bet the 2 times I've bet on golf this year, and he's won me money. So I like Ludwig. Scotty's plus 360 right now. He's 2 under. He'll get going in about an hour and 20 minutes here in our window. He's minus 380 top 10, minus 162 top 5. I kind of want to bet that top 5 minus 162. I don't love laying a big number, but it's Scotty Scheffler, where also I was concerned. I asked Kelly this yesterday on A&G because he's got a ticket on Scotty Scheffler to win this event. Was he concerned about Scheffler leading after 1 because he's so good at playing from behind and making up strokes and catching people who start to get conservative? And Kelly was like, yeah, not really, just because of the ability. Now, he didn't have a great day yesterday. He's still 2 under on the tournament. I do think that Scheffler, when he's looking and has targets in front of him, he becomes a different golfer, just from like my novice opinion following the sport. So I don't hate the idea of betting him right now plus 360 to win the event.
And honestly, you have 2 rounds of sample size. We kind of see how this course is about to end up playing, and you're not getting that much worse of a number than you got pre-tournament. And he is well in the mix here, so that's another thing.
And chaos is ensuing, but he is like the one constant. I think about Lost, Desmond Hume is my constant. Like, he's the one, whether the course is easy, whether the course is hard, Scotty Scheffler is in the mix here. Is there someone else that maybe, with it being so chaotic, maybe similar to the Preakness, right? The Preakness is wide open. With the craziness of this event being so wide open, is there a random name that you're buying in on?
I think that Patrick Cantlay is at least somewhat interesting, right? I mean, like, he's just a boring golfer, but a guy that can go out there and just grind through difficult conditions and stuff, maybe cobble together
good iron
a 2
guy,
under,
right?
3 under, 2 under, 3 under, and then have himself in the mix for Sunday. I think he's at least in the discussion. And anyone who listens to any of the content I've ever done on golf knows that that's a big thing for me to say, because he has the most punchable face in all of golf, and I don't really like Patrick Cantlay. And so for me to say that obviously means I must like him a ton here.
Plus $1.70, top 10.
Yeah, I think that's, I know it's not a sexy number, guys, but plus money's plus money.
No, dude, the one thing I learned trying to bet golf a little bit here this year is that these top 10 markets, that's the fluctuation you're looking at. I know everyone wants to get sexy with the outright and these big bombs and all that. It's the top 10, even the top 20, where you can buy low on someone who is able to come back and make things relevant towards the end of a tournament. Plus $1, I might join you on. I might do that right now on Patrick Cantlay.
Guys, if you have not done so already, you can become a VSiN Pro subscriber for just $199. We will give you 14 months as well for that. It's usually $240 for 12. We will give you 14 for $199. Go in every single thing that we do over there. We're breaking down everything in the sports world on VSiN.com every single day. You get the AI prop projections. You also get all the betting guides for the tentpole events that come up throughout the course of the sports betting calendar. And, of course, those real-time betting splits we know you love and adore. VSiN.com/subscribe. $199 for 14 months.
Serious about sports betting? Join us for Bet Bash, live from Circa Las Vegas, August 4th through 7th. Bet Bash brings the sports betting community together for networking, education, legends, and fun. Connect through speed networking, learn from more than 20 seminars, and enjoy watch parties, the Sports Gambling Hall of Fame, and 4 open bars. Whether you're new to betting or already a pro, Bet Bash is where new ideas, partners, and edges are found. Tickets at betbash.co. Use code VSiN to receive a discount.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard share their knowledge of sports, gambling, and pop culture on Follow the Money.
And you're paying a big price, but again, he should dominate tonight as well. And the Dodgers should get the win.
From Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that mommy and daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger, from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for the... And there they go, almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the
right seat. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Look through your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest.
It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Your home for PAFL football is the iMedia1 Network. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
2 under through 6. Xander, 2 under through 6. They are now in negative numbers. As we know, our leader is just -4.
Okay, but we've talked about this course and how brutal it's been. Will they come back the other way on Sunday? Or do you think they go and they're more diabolical and make it harder on Sunday?
Well, I'm guessing they don't care because you have the biggest voice in the sport come out yesterday and talk about how bad the course was set up, and then they just did it again. I mean, like, look at where this pin is, and so you can see where the shelf is. So, like, keeping it up there is impossible. Like you can't.
It's a carnival game.
Yeah. You cannot keep it up on that upper shelf. So, I mean, it's absolutely crazy. As we watch Chris Kirk sit there and tap in for par, he has got the 6 under round going on out there right now, and is sitting 1 shot off the lead. Chris Kirk, of all people.
Here are your names at the top of the leaderboard. Maverick McNeely, who I feel like you guys on Long Shots, download it wherever you get your podcast. I feel like there's certain tournaments you guys are way into Maverick McNeely, and then some you guys are like, nope, can't touch him, he stinks. Alex Smalley, who I legitimately, until Kelly said his name yesterday on the air, did not ever hear. I thought he was a backup quarterback who went to like FAU. Chris Kirk, no idea. Chris Goddard, I know he's someone that people are way into this year. Matsuyama, obviously. Max Grasterman, isn't that one of the guys from New Girl? Minwoo Lee, I know. Aldrich Potgeier, I know. Steven Yeager, I thought that was like a bassist in Metallica.
Yeah, it's an interesting. That's why this course, and I agree a little bit with what Roy's saying, is like when you have everybody has to play the course the same, and like that's where you don't get separation because there's no risk reward. There's no so there's not a lot of penalty areas and all that. So like what's happened is being reckless with the driver is not a penalty for you, but then you also don't gain anything from being further down there because the greens are so tough. And then like if you're in the fairway, it's like, oh, okay, well, I'm hitting from the fairway. Well, same deal. You're not getting close because of where these pin placements are and all of that. So that's the biggest gripe here, which is you're not getting penalized for being errant with the driver, but you're also not getting rewarded for being good with the driver, right? It's just everyone's basically playing the course the same way. You hit it, doesn't matter really where you hit it. You try to get on and 2-putt if you can, and then if you're lucky enough to get it close, then you try to squeeze in a couple birdies here and there.
All right, let me throw a name at you real quick. He's a long shot right now to win it, and that's Justin Rose. He's 70-1 to win it. He is plus 250 right now to finish top 10, 7.5 to 1 to finish top 5. He's 1 under. He'll get going in about 30 minutes for his next round. Does his game translate to success here? Because based on everything you're telling me, I need some precision. I need iron play. I need putting. Would you consider Justin Rose?
The only problem is with him is he's about to run out of holes. So he is through 14 now.
It's a problem we all have sometimes.
Yes. So he's going to sit here and he's going to post a great round unless he completely goes south here these last few holes. But all these other guys have yet to even tee off, which is why they're just baked in the fact that he's already nearly done with his round. And these other guys are just now getting started. I think he's more of a guy, if I'll look at the stat profile after he wraps things up, maybe we look at a head-to-head with him. Maybe we try to ride him, playing good against a favorable head-to-head matchup or something like that. I mean, listen, it'd be great if Chris Kirk stays where he's at and they match up Justin Rose and Chris Kirk. Like, you're taking Justin Rose 10 times out of 10, over Chris Kirk. So
tied for 10, 2 under. I read Jason Day before. I don't know why I always confuse Justin Rose and Jason Day, even though I like Justin Rose more.
Yeah, I know. They're both foreign, so there's that.
I mean, but isn't that like a 40% proposition in golf that they're going to be foreign?
They're both foreign, so you've got foreign that speak English very well, so you have all of that. The Twitter machine tells me that Shaq got his master's today. Just walked across the stage there at LSU.
Oh, both of you LSU grads. Look at
Shaq with his gray beard and all that, walking across and
who was on the football basketball team when Matt Brown was at LSU playing baseball?
The football team was. By the way, I've been part of since I have been. LSU was terrible when I was a child, right? But then, the 2000s hit, and then LSU started to get good at football. Whatever. I've been part of 3, not like I wasn't there, obviously, I graduated, but like I've been able to witness 3 national championships as an LSU fan. I understand there are college kids out there that teams haven't even like sniffed the playoff, much less like 3 national championships. I realize how lucky I am as a collegiate fan.
With 3 different coaches.
Yes.
I think that's the more impressive thing. It was
3 different types of quarterbacks as well. I mean, like Matt Flynn obviously ends up going and figuring out how to become a 100 millionaire by playing 1 good quarter of football. Do you remember he came in as a backup and then they gave him a 4-year deal worth like $60 million?
And it was week 17 where it's completely irrelevant. There's nothing to be taken out of that. And then Seattle paid him all that money and drafted Russell Wilson and didn't play him.
Matt Mock won. And Matt Mock, I think, is like a dentist now or something.
Something like that,
I think he's like a dentist or whatever. And then, of course, Joe Burrow, who, we know. Jesus
so wait, who was there when you were
Jesus H. Burrow?
Do you remember any names?
Yeah, I mean, Jamarcus Russell was there, and like,
I mean, legitimately, that was one of the most impressive people I've ever seen play quarterback because he effortlessly threw the ball at 70 yards in the air.
So it was back when recruiting was a big deal because you had just one recruiting day, and then also like the internet and all of this, like kids announcing on their own platforms and all of that didn't exist either. So like signing day was a huge thing. They used to call it like the Bayou Bash. So it would be a huge thing, huge party for all of that. And then when Jamarcus's commitment came through, the place was nuts. They start showing his highlights on the thing and all of that. Like you're talking, he's on his knees at the 50-yard line and then threw it through the back of the end zone from his knees and all of this, like 60 yards in the air from his knees. We're just like, this guy's gonna be the greatest quarterback in college history.
Beat the hell out of Notre Dame and Brady Quinn that year in the Sugar Bowl. But LSU always, I remember that year, there were certain moments on the schedule where you're like, all right, now it's time to step up. And every time you thought it was time, they just didn't do it. No, that's interesting.
It'll be, listen, this year, I mean, they are going to be the focus of a lot of eyeballs, a lot of scrutiny with the whole Lane Kiffin thing. So every single game is going to be under a microscope.
Oh, yeah. And it's either pressure that Lane Kiffin can handle this year or he's going to completely implode. But he likes the attention. We know that much. Whether he succeeds, that's another conversation, but he certainly likes the attention.
We do have an early first pitch-ish here in about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
The Blue Jays and the Tigers. Casey Mize for the Tigers. Mason Fluharty there for the Blue Jays. This is a little bit more than a coin flip, like minus 119-ish on the Tigers, 101 on the Blue Jays. 8.5 is our total here in this one. Casey Mize, a guy that is so incredibly hard to figure out, looks amazing at times, looks ridiculously terrible at times, coming off of injury here. And so it's one for me that if I knew I was getting good Mize, I think this would be a pretty straightforward bet for me, but the unknown has kind of kept me off of this one a little bit.
I'm on Detroit. I just took the minus 125. They snapped the 3-game losing streak with the win yesterday. Tigers have lost 8 out of 10, though. We should note that. Blue Jays are bad on the road. 6-14 this year. Tigers 13-6 straight up at home. You mentioned Mize coming off 2 1/3, 2 earned, 3 strikeouts, and a 5-2 loss at Atlanta. In 2 home starts, he does have a 1.54 ERA. He hasn't faced Toronto since 2024. Vlad has good numbers against him. Clement's 1 for 2 with a double. But Toronto's opening with Fluharty, who's then going to give way to Spencer Miles in bulk. And Spencer Miles, 12 appearances. I mean, he's been okay.
He's all right.
He's not even striking out a guy in an inning. Yeah, and Toronto's 2-6 straight up when he pitches more than an inning. Then I think Keegan Matheson was a name I saw being thrown around that's expected to pitch today. But I ultimately went with Detroit because at home they're averaging more runs, 4.63 at home, 3.77 on the road. You've got Toronto 24th in runs per game, but way worse away, 3.65 away, 4.45 or 5.4 at home. You have a slight edge because at least you have Casey Mize on the hill, whether or not he's good or not. That's always a question. Yeah. So I took Detroit, and then I did a couple home run props. Just because the wind is blowing out to left center. So give me Okamoto, who's been very, very good to me with home runs this year, plus 360 for Toronto. And then for Detroit, I was kind of surprised the pricing on this one. Dylan Dingler's plus 610. He hits right-handed pitching really well. He has 6 homers against them. He's also in pretty good form over the last week or so with contact. I went Dingler plus 610 to go deep against, a Blue Jays team that I don't really anticipate throwing their best arms.
Yeah, the thing about Mize too is I didn't get what he did in rehab and stuff like that or whatever. But before he got hurt, I mean, Casey, he'd been pretty good. I mean, like this is one of those things with Mize. Like, I mean, he was a massive prospect.
He was the hype machine. He was Todd Van Poppel.
massive hype in the minors and stuff, and then come up and wasn't able to really translate it to the majors. But you look on the season, the surface and then the advanced really kind of spells out. I mean, like a pretty good pitcher. Yeah, he's not a 290 ERA guy, but like the expected's like 335. I mean, like this is really 27% K rate. He's got that walk rate down a little bit over what he's got. I mean, it's definitely Tigers or pass for me.
Yeah, that's the move. Yeah. I keep wanting to believe that Toronto's going to flip the switch and turn it on as they get healthier. But yesterday was kind of part of the issue for me. You Savage, good start, and they don't win the game. Like, to me, I thought his return, Bieber on the way, all these guys coming back off the IL. Detroit, by the way, minus 210. No to make the playoffs.
Ooh, I like that. Is it always NFL season here on VSiN? I think it is. We'll talk a little bit about that schedule release.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules. This may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
When the games are on, so is VSiN. With in-game betting insights you can actually use. We're live during the action for real-time breakdowns and the best opportunities to hit live bets on all major sports.
Okay, men.
Exclusive bet.
This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong. It's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, If we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Ohio High School Athletic Association.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WRDB, The Scourge.
You really pipe one down there and you're like, I got that one like 265. Look at me. I'm a big baller. Not that you compare yourself to Rory McIlroy or anything like that, but the sixth hole today is playing 397, and he just drove the green on that one.
Glad you used that verbiage. I am known for my piping around here, Matt.
Yeah, there's not that I compare myself to Rory. I can hit it a decently long way for a terrible amateur golfer. And to see this dude just hit one 397 yards.
See, this is the content we need. You know, everyone's a golf influencer these days. We have so many guys at this network who love golf, who play golf. We need a VSiN. I know Matt Humans has put it on in the past, like the VSiN Invitational, but we need cameras there. We need to turn this into a project. We need something on the line that everyone can sink their teeth into. I want odds that I can bet on because I will not be partaking in the event.
Why not?
How about this? I got a lot of traction on this yesterday at Dustin Sweetelson on X. People were not happy with me, and maybe you won't be happy with me. I said golf and tennis are sports for the kids growing up who couldn't make the real teams.
Or extremely rich.
Yeah, that's the other end of it. Yeah.
Or extremely rich.
Yeah, extremely rich. But like growing up for us, if you got cut from the baseball team, you either played tennis or golf or ran track.
So like Matt McNeely's dad is a billionaire. Like with a B.
Yeah.
Like Maverick McNeely's dad is like not rich. He's like wealthy. Like his dad's a billionaire. He grew up, he lived on
you know what?
Pebble Beach.
That's probably the bigger upset. If you grow up on a golf course and you're not good at golf, it was a waste of a mortgage.
It is. There's something there because like golf, a lot of times repetition just can get you at least to a serviceable level, right? Like even if you're doing fundamentally some of the stuff wrong, if you just get good at doing your wrong things, you can at least become serviceable. Yeah. So if you lived on Pebble Beach, like Mav did, lived on Pebble Beach. They have a giant house on Pebble Beach.
That's crazy. I don't think. Do they have small houses on Pebble Beach?
I don't know. You know what? I actually don't know. Someone, if you're in that neighborhood and you're listening,
do they have studio apartments on Pebble Beach?
Yeah. Do they have any of the things that are like the connected, like fourplexes? They have any of the quadplexes
got
there?
A townhouse available?
Yeah, anything like that over there on that. But yes, just crazy stuff here. These guys are getting better and better by the day. Guys, if you are betting the Preakness, which we know you are, by the way, Samich will be with us next time, around about a half hour. He'll be with us, and we'll get his picks there. Daily Racing Form makes it easy, whether you are a seasoned handicapper or just want to get in on the action. Visit drf.com, and you can go in and figure out how to bet this race today and all of the other races. The DRF newbie over there. You can scan the QR code that is on the screen as well to go in. Horse racing is simplified over there at Daily Racing Form. Bet smarter with them and maybe get some winners home today. You know, Dustin, I am 0 for my last like 6 horse bets, which might be my longest streak of the year. I've been very lucky with my ridiculous handicapping that I do with horse
racing. But didn't you hit someone on Kentucky Derby Day, or Rando, or no?
No, that was I got confused. I thought I'd hit one, and then but then the horse that I thought I was going to play, I ended up not playing it. Yeah, it just wasn't good.
Yeah, it's look, today's going to be weird. That's the vibe I'm getting from the Preakness, just based on everything I've been reading up. Like, there's interesting storylines, like Taj Mahal, right? The home track advantage. Didn't have to ship, knows the surface, 3 for 3 at Laurel Park, but people don't know if this horse is really as good as the others, but how good are the other ones here?
I know.
Because we don't have the elite. I mean, we don't have the runner-up Renegade. We don't have Golden Tempo from the Derby. To me, that means it's wide open. 14-horse field, the most in 15 years. That means there's chances to take opportunity with some long shots. I hope that's what Samich is thinking right now, because I'm just following what Samich does, by the way.
Do we make too much of the NFL schedule release? I mean, I think there are little things that we can pull from it.
I I hate to be this person because at VSiN, I'm probably known for the most shtick. I don't like the shtick. I'm not a fan of like these videos and the creativity. I don't care. Just give me the freaking schedule so I can do something with it. I'm really not interested in the show. To me, it actually feels like a waste of time, money, and resources. If you just put here, the NFL is such a monster that if you just put the information out, I think the numbers on social media would still be the same versus you spending all this time to create some video.
Yeah, look, we look at the international games. We try to see if there's a betting angle from that standpoint as a team, where they go after they have to travel to Rio de Janeiro or to Melbourne or whatever, to Paris and all the stuff like that and whatnot. But the problem is we're not going to really know any of this stuff for like 10 years. Like we can speculate, but like how this international trial, because there weren't international games, this hadn't been happening very long. So we just don't have a sample size here. So it's like we might be able to figure some stuff out 10 years from now when we actually have real sample size stuff to talk about. But this is also, guys are not flying like they, like they used to. Or whatever. This isn't like Major League, Major League One, wherever they're putting them on the propeller plane and all the whatever stuff like that. Like they're flying chartered first class flights and all of those things. And so I don't know. I wonder if we overanalyze some of this stuff too much.
But we all agree, like, it's out of hand, the travel, right? It's sure. Like, we don't need to be in all these different countries. And I brought this up with Kelly. I'm going to bring it up pretty much every time we talk NFL leading into the season. I think that the sports books have a responsibility to denote when it's a neutral site game. How come when I look at Niners-Rams on Thursday, September 10th, that game I believe is in Rio, which is not America. It says Niners at Rams. Rams minus 2.5, 48.5 is the total. That is a neutral site game. I think it should be illegal for sports books to predatorily put these games out and make them appear like they're on U.S. soil. Like, I don't know why this isn't being made a bigger deal, because I know we shouldn't have to protect people from themselves, but yes, you shouldn't be able to brand it that way, because theoretically, it should be verse. I understand one team is technically the home team because they're losing a home game, which is a whole nother issue to bring up here. But you shouldn't be able to list these games that are on neutrals out of the country as if it's a home game for one of these teams.
Are you making, so one of the big stories as the schedule was released is the 49ers play in Australia and they also play in Mexico City. So they have to do 2 international stops. Now, the one in Australia is in week 1, so they could go down there 2 weeks early if they wanted to. I mean, like, it's up to them how early they want to go. I'm not discounting it. Obviously, if anyone's ever flown to Australia, it is a hell of a trip.
That's like a full day of trip. Yeah, like literally 24 hours of travel.
It's a hell of a trip. Like, don't get me wrong, but it is week 1. So, like, again, I'm not discounting it, but I think people are kind of like making it a little bit bigger deal than it is, because it is week 1. You can go down there as early as you want to. The flight home is hell, I guess. I get it. But, and then you don't play in Mexico City till week 11. So there's a 3-month gap.
Okay, let me talk to you about Mexico City, because I don't know if you've been. I just went for the first time this year, and I understand I'm in a bit of a different cardiovascular shape than these NFL players. That altitude's a mother. It's higher than Denver. Now, I said on the air earlier this week it's double of Denver. It's not. It's a little bit. It's further than Denver, though, higher in the air. It was a lot to get used to. It took me 3 whole days to like really get used to the altitude out there. I think that makes a bigger difference than people think. Maybe because of the travel, because of the way they're going about things, that could stack up over the season for San Fran. I don't love that they're playing in so many different countries, but at least Mexico, it's really not that far of a flight for them to go to Mexico City versus from San Francisco versus somewhere else. Like, that's essentially a U.S. game.
Yeah, I know. Yes, international. We're doing the air quote thing for those of you not watching, whatever. But yes, it's no different than if they flew to the East Coast.
Yeah.
Like that's not a big deal either. Okay, we as bettors, we got kind of upset whenever DirecTV lost the NFL package, because that added further delay to everything. Now we're adding in Amazon, we're adding in Netflix, we're getting all these streaming services with all the stuff, Peacock and everything else with all of the streaming services and betting. From an in-game live betting perspective, Dustin, I mean, I think we've kind of said this already, but I truly believe now you have to wait till timeouts. You have to wait until quarter breaks. you have no idea now what the delay is going to be on Netflix compared to Amazon, compared to whatever. Like, you might be 4 plays behind.
How about this? Maybe I just invented something for us here. Now, it's not my stupid sports book, but my app I've been telling everyone about, where you just log into all your accounts and we log in for you in the app, and the games just pop up when they pop up. No, this is the idea. The days of gambling syndicates having an edge are over, right? With the way these numbers move and all that, and the information being out there, it's really difficult to have that. What if your gambling syndicate is now you pay for your people to go to the game because they have an advantage betting, because they might be able to bet on their app if they have Wi-Fi in the stadium before the number adjusts, because I do think the number is also delayed because it knows we're delayed. They know they have like 2 or 3 seconds of wiggle room, and maybe the people on site in the stadiums have the advantage of betting on these games.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing now where it was a bummer for me, because I do think that there were times, in game, and I know it's not the greatest of ideas all the time, but I would bet between plays sometimes when I could see there was I think that this team's really going to let it go right here and all that. Those days are long gone, and a lot of stuff here for bettors are becoming worse and worse for us.
Funny how that works.
As it is. We'll update everything and get back to Major League Baseball.
In sports betting, the edge doesn't wait. Lines move, limits change, injuries break. Spot Odds gives serious bettors real-time visibility across more than 100 sportsbooks. Track odds, monitor limits, react before the market catches up. Legendary bettor Billy Walters said it best. Spot Odds is hands down the best sports odds service there is today. Visit spotodds.com and use code VSIN for 10% off.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is your VSIN Action Update. Drivers who switch to Progressive have an annual savings of nearly $750. Progressive.com.
NFL schedule release. Thanksgiving week will feature a Wednesday game, November the
20th. To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poop